Good morning. We are here today in a board meeting for our work session this morning, or executive session this morning, and then our work session this afternoon. I'd like to call our executive session to order. And does someone have the motion? Oh, please hold.
On the share. Pull it up for your share.
I move that the Virginia Board of Education convene in a closed meeting for the following purposes: discussion or consideration by the Board of Education of information relating to the denial, suspension, or revocation of teacher licenses subject to the exclusion in subdivision 11 of section 2.2-3705.2 pursuant to section 2.23711A40 of the Code of Virginia, and consultation with counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.23711A8 of the Code of Virginia, and that legal counsel to the Virginia Board of Education and staff, whose presence will aid in the board's consideration of this matter, participate in the closed meeting.
All those in favor? Okay, we are now in closed session. Thank you.
pursuant to a recorded vote on the motion above and in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act, section 2.23712 of the Code of Virginia requires that the board certify that, to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meeting requirements under this chapter, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. Any member who believes there was a departure from these requirements shall so state prior to the vote, indicating the substance of the departure that, in his or her judgment, has taken place. The statement of the departure will be recorded in the minutes.
So move.
Zachary. Aye. Ms. Gilmore. Aye. Dr. Morgan. Aye. Mr. Rockingham.
Aye.
Mr.
Aye.
Mr. Durkin.
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. So our next item of business will series of votes on license case for the review by the board today. So in case number 2024-001, the chair will entertain a motion to suspend the license of Joseph Lee Evans Jr. for a period of 60 days with reinstatement contingent upon the respondent satisfying the following conditions: completion of de-escalation, seclusion, and restraint training. You want a motion? So second. Okay. Now the motion is moved and seconded. Ms. Gilmore? No. Ms. Ashton? Dr. Seaver?
Aye.
Mr. Rockingham?
Aye.
Dr. Warner? Nay. Mr. Burton?
Nay.
Ms. Holton? Aye. And Chair votes aye. Okay. So that is a fine. Okay. In the case number 2023-041, the chair will entertain a motion to deny a license to Ingress Catherine Coronado.
So moved.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. We will now have a vote. Ms. Gilmore? Ms. Ashton? Dr. Seaver?
Aye.
Mr. Rockingham?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Burton?
Aye.
Ms. Bolton? Aye. And Chair votes aye. So, okay, and next. In the case number 2023-059, the chair will entertain a motion to issue a license to the applicant.
Second.
Okay, motion has been properly made and seconded. Ms. Gilmore? Ms. Ashton? Mr. Manson? Is not here, there's being on the list. Dr. Seaver?
Aye.
Mr. Rockingham?
Aye.
Dr. Warner? Mr. Durkin?
Aye.
Ms. Holton? And Chair votes aye. In the case number 2023-033, the chair will entertain a motion to issue a license to the applicant.
Second.
Okay, the motion been made and properly seconded. Ms. Gilmore? Ms. Ashton? Dr. Seaver?
Aye.
Mr. Rockingham?
Aye.
Dr. Warner? Mr. Durkin?
Aye.
Ms. Bolton? The chair votes aye. Okay. In case number 2022-001, the chair will entertain a motion to revoke the license of Renee Estado.
Second.
Okay, the motion has been made and properly seconded. Ms. Gilmore? Ms. Ashton? Dr. Seaver?
Aye.
Mr. Rockingham?
Aye.
Dr. Seaver? Mr. Durkin?
Aye.
Ms. Holton? Chair votes aye. Okay. That includes our business, our executive session this morning. Do we see for the and so we have time to come back. We have a time, we have a motion on our.
Yeah, we don't have a specific time.
So when we come back, 12:45, we didn't do a special. We will be back at 12:45, thank you. We're so excited to be here this afternoon. We get to honor and celebrate our regional teachers of the year. They have been serving since May of 2024 and serving their regions and the state and the voice of the teachers so well. And I'm so incredibly proud of them and I'm proud of the opportunity. We instituted a new process where they come together and meet with my chief of staff, Ricky and I once a month. And now the board is asked to meet with them quarterly. So we're really trying to elevate them to their voice and the opportunity to have educators speak to us on a regular basis. But we are incredibly honored to recognize the work you do every day, the impact that you have for children. And so we're excited to celebrate, and we've got the whole board involved and excited to share today. President Gracie.
So on behalf of the Virginia Board of Education, I want to thank our 2024 Regional Teachers of the Year for your dedication in the classroom, for your leadership in your regions, and for your leadership across the Commonwealth. Without you, we don't have others that are out there as our role models for the teachers that are in the classroom every day, and that's so important. And it's so important for us to highlight you and what you have done over this last year, and we want to continue to build those relationships between our regional teachers of the year and the board to make our work better than we could have ever imagined, in your help, in your collaboration. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for committing to come and visiting with us once a quarter. And I would like to at this time introduce any of the 2024 teacher advisory committee members who may be in the room. If you would stand when your name is called. John Augenbaugh, Craig Reynolds, Amy Gregory, and each one of our board members is going to say, so you can sit. Jeffrey Keller. Unable to attend today is Brady Johnson. Jennifer Hatch. Also unable to attend is Melanie Smith. Takesha Stiles. And then what we will do is, and Karen Daniel. And so now if Anne would begin.
I'm delighted to have John. I'm delighted to get to recognize John Augenbaugh because I got to sit with him lunch today. And John is a career and technical education teacher at Lieutenant High School and serves as the 2024 Region 1 Teacher of the Year. He worked hard to increase opportunities for the students in his school, worked hard. He has successfully expanded the technology and engineering course offerings and has engaged students with local businesses, and industries to increase them awareness and participation during his tenure. Has been instrumental in bringing on a suite of biomedical science classes, as well as computer science classes for students to improve the student experience through updates of equipment and the inclusion of relevant real-world topics. Thank you, Mr. Augenbaugh.
All right, Madam President, you didn't tell us how to do this format, but I have the pleasure of Craig Reynolds. So everybody all right, this guy will be in the K-5 teaching in River Elementary, York County, Region 2. He challenges his students daily. He gives them goals and makes a plan to accomplish them. Then offers even more support out of the classroom when they struggle to lead it. He makes himself available to help students by supporting them beyond the classroom. Mr. Reynolds encourages the students to meet their goals by attending an after-school activities. Not only does he teach them in the school, whatever sports they play after school, he's there to support. A lot of kids we know doing after-school activities, they don't have anyone in the same. And they're always looking for the greatest familiar face like this teacher here. I know they love you. As a result of this present, this relationship with the student and the family and me. Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Yes, sir.
Amy, if you stand and there you are, turn around and wave. And Gregory, Secretary Special Ed Teacher.
I'm supposed to be here, but not.
Yeah, happy to celebrate Amy on behalf.
Oh, thank you. So Region 3 representative is Amy Gregory, 6th, 8th grade special education teacher at Hamilton Holmes Middle School in King William County. Whether through a collaboration with high school or colleges or universities, Ms. Gregory has mentored and inspired young people to become special education teachers to work in a related field. Through her volunteer work with community support services, Ms. Gregory has helped create a scholarship for individuals pursuing degrees in fields that serve the special needs community. She has served as a mentor for new teachers and has been recognized as a teacher leader in her capacity of special education department chair. We thank and recognize Ms. Gregory.
Jeffrey Keller, why don't you come on down as they only people over a certain age appreciate that. I wanted Mr. Keller to come up because he's a 12th grade history and social studies teacher at John Hanley in Winchester. But more important than that, he's representing Region 4 as a regional teacher of the year, but he's also our 2024 Virginia Teacher of the Year. Thank you, Mr. Keller, for being a strong representative for Virginia. In the classroom, he not only ensures his strives for his students' success and their knowledge and understanding, but also is active, as Dale said, encouraging them to participate in extracurriculars and participate in their school community. He's been involved himself in a variety of extracurricular activities, including his class sponsor and faculty advisor for the Key Club. He's helped charter one of Virginia's first chapters of Rho Kappa, which is an honor society dedicated to excellence in social studies. Thank you very much for your service, Mr. Keller.
So I am going to celebrate Brandy Johnson. She is not able to be here today, but she is our 7th grade language arts teacher at Shelburne Middle School in Stanton in Region 5. As a middle school teacher, Ms. Johnson works hard to find just the right book for reluctant readers, getting to know their interests and personalities. She uses different techniques to engage those who are more extroverted and those who are more introverted. Ms. Johnson creates a classroom that allows them to communicate in ways they feel comfortable and taking care that quieter students are not overlooked or inadvertently silenced. Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Okay, Miss Hatch. Jennifer Hatch is come on up, 7th grade mathematics teacher. And 7th grade is kind of the place that I always have this soft place in my heart because I was a 7th grade teacher too. So 7th grade math teacher at Benjamin Franklin Middle School in Franklin County, representing Region 6. Ms. Hatch works diligently to help students discover their passions, experience success in learning, which is integral in middle school for our middle learners and middle social learners too. And helps them understand the importance of transforming their observations and ideas into meaningful action. She also strives to amplify student voice in her classroom and beyond. She helps her students build character so they will leave a lasting positive contribution to society. Ms. Hatch is dedicated to sharing her passion for authentic mathematics with her students and her peers. Thank you so much for your dedication and your love for our students in the Commonwealth. Thank you.
So we are also here to celebrate Melanie Smith, who was unable to attend today. She is a pre-K 5 library media specialist at Chillouee Elementary in Smith County in Region 7. In addition to being the head librarian at her school, Mrs. Smith teaches electives each afternoon, including research skills, videography, storytelling, literature, creative writing, and my favorite, bird watching. I think we have some fellow bird watchers on the panel. She firmly believes that an educator has a responsibility to help every child discover their gifts and talents and to offer engaging instruction so that individual learning styles are honored. We thank you, Mrs. Smith.
Well, first of all, like everyone on our board, it was a pleasure to have lunch and to briefly meet all of you. Just reminds us why we're here and thankful that you are where you are. And I get the honor of recognizing Miss Stiles. I think that name fits you quite well. I think she has a lot of style. So I'd like to recognize Takesha Stiles as an 8th grade English teacher at James Solomon Russell Middle in Brunswick County, representing Region 8. Mrs. Stiles works tirelessly to engage her students in unique ways to bring the best out of her students. She strives to establish an environment of support and mutual respect. Mrs. Stiles uses her instructional tools to not only teach the curriculum, but also to instill the values of community and accountability. She makes a concerted effort to build supportive relationships with her fellow educators, offering a collaborative spirit and leadership. Thank you, Ms. Stiles.
Okay, Whoop, can you hear me? Is that right? Miss Daniel, come on up. I have the pleasure, I'm gonna wait till she gets here, because this is my favorite, sorry. I love all the math and everything else. This is my favorite. I'm pleased to announce Miss Karen Daniel, who was the 2024 Computer Science Teacher of the Year. Some snaps and claps for that, please. Ms. Daniel has been instrumental in launching middle school computer science at Hugo Owens Middle School in Chesapeake. She enthusiastically builds relationships with and recruits students to computer science. Ms. Daniel led the work in creating the school division's computer science curriculum with engaging lessons. Beyond the school day, she sponsors a coding club and robotics clubs and gives students the chance to learn about science and technology. And I just had a brief moment to talk to her about, like, how did you build the curriculum? And for those who don't know, like 6 years ago, there wasn't any curriculum. And so to literally build from scratch and to launch a program, it's just a true testament to her belief of computer science for all, for real. And so for that, we want to thank Ms. Daniel for your leadership.
We are just so impressed with this group of our educator leaders. We ask that you all go forth and plant seeds and continue to water those seeds and feed those seedlings, because we need you where you are. And we're so thankful for you and for the work that you guys do every single day. Please know that that is super genuine from all of us here. We're not just saying it. We are grateful for you and what you do, and thankful that you have buildings full of other people that you can bring to us soon. At this time, we would ask you all if you would meet us out in the steps so that we can take a photo. So if everyone else can just hold, we will.
Right now, we're gonna go out this building, you guys can get out.
Us this afternoon. We are moving to item B, presentation on school models for ESSA decision making. Ms. Hyslop, please
Thanks.
proceed.
It's good to see you all again today, and hopefully the conversation that we had yesterday with you, as well as the presentation from the Office of School Quality, really teed up this conversation quite well. So I'm going to begin with just a little bit of background information to kind of lay some context for this conversation. And that's, we've been talking a whole lot with you, not just yesterday, but also over the last several months. We've been talking to stakeholders across the Commonwealth about the new school performance framework. We are really focusing on the indicators and the measures, but now we're sort of shifting the conversation a little bit to talk about so what happens next? What do we do with this information? Particularly, what do we do to support schools that might have some of their learners struggling on key indicators? What types of supports do those schools receive? And because we are using this new system to meet both state purposes and federal purposes, we do have to identify 3 different groups of schools, which are shown on the slide here for support. The schools that are struggling the most, sort of comprehensive, whole school, all students, our lowest performing schools. That's a category that federal law calls comprehensive support and improvement. We currently have these schools, they were presented yesterday in the afternoon presentation by the Office of School Quality. The second group is a group of schools called targeted support. So these schools don't have whole school challenges, but a particular group of students, maybe English learners, maybe students from low income backgrounds, students from different racial or ethnic groups. That group is struggling consistently over time. And so they receive support from their division. They have a school improvement plan. The group of schools, the third group in the orange, is sort of a middle tier, you might say. So for a school that was in targeted support and improvement, if they keep struggling, if that particular student group doesn't improve over time, then they become an additional targeted support school. And those schools, in addition to receiving help from their division, they also receive help from the State Department of Education as well. So you can sort of think of it as a middle tier between the comprehensive support schools that are the ones that need the deepest, most significant help and support, and the targeted support schools that might have one group of kids that are struggling on a particular set of indicators, but it's not kind of a whole school systemic challenge. So I think that one of the things that we're hoping to sort of get some direction from you all as we move forward and with this school support framework and start to present some models for you and different data is trying to get this balance right. It is a balance of, what is sort of the right portfolio of schools. We have to think about the human resources we have. There's the Office of School Quality, specialists, division staff. We know that these schools need additional support from people on the ground to help them with new curriculum, maybe new programs. We also have to think about the resources that are available. One of the great things about this new system that we're moving toward is that we're going to be able to blend and braid both federal and state funds to help support these schools, but we have to think about the funding that's available. And then there's ultimately the number of schools that you have as part of this effort in those 3 different categories. And they're trade-offs. There's not one right approach. There's not one way that every state across the country does it. So it's about different choices. Do you lean in to provide really, really deep support with a lot of money, or do you maybe have a broader footprint with a lighter touch of support and less resources and less money? You're spreading those resources more thinly. So that kind of tees up to this sort of consideration slide here, the final slide, where we kind of have 2 different options presented. One would be trying to sort of maintain a portfolio of identified schools that need support that's similar to current practice. You can see on the image here right now, we have roughly 250 schools in the Commonwealth that are identified in one of those 3 buckets. That's roughly 13% of schools overall. And about 20% of those schools that are identified for support are receiving the comprehensive support, the most significant level. Some benefits of this, sort of you can see we have pluses and minuses shown under these. Some benefits is that schools are receiving federal funding. Some schools may not be receiving a sufficient level of support to really do the deep type of engagement, but we are at the moment in Virginia providing support to most, like fiscal support to most of these schools. And OSQ has the capacity to support all the divisions and schools. However, we also have been talking a lot over the last several months about how students are really struggling post-COVID. We really have seen, our NAEP scores, other data points are showing some declines, and this portfolio of school might not really reflect the true number of schools and the needs that they have. So I think that's a consideration. The second option we have is around increasing the number of schools identified. And I think this would be, a place where maybe there wouldn't be federal funding support all schools. You might have to say, let's provide funding, really deep support to those comprehensive support schools. Let's prioritize funding to those, but there may not be enough funds to go around. OSQ would have to think about their capacity, again, the people capacity side of things. But the number might be kind of more reflective of the true needs. We might be saying, this is actually where our schools are. We're going to prioritize our resources to the schools that are the most in need, but we may not be able to have that deep level of support provided to everyone. So this is sort of the balance that we're working with and trying to figure out just directionally. Again, this is not a vote today. This is just to help us as we go forward with the data teams to sort of give them an indication of, roughly speaking, do we want sort of an end result that looks kind of like what we have now? Or do we want to lean in and have sort of a larger population of schools that might be receiving support?
Dr. Coons?
And I think there was a handout and some backup information that we were going to provide to the board. Could you talk again we kind of jumped in full feet into the deep end of it? Can you remind us, especially for those of us who may not have been part of the conversation yesterday, where this federal component fits in the performance and support framework? What you're trying to figure out, because I think there's some back information that would be helpful for us, just because we've kind of changed gears a bit.
Yes, I know, jumping from recognizing our wonderful educators to maybe the wonkiest, weediest topic is a bit of a mind shift. So I'm going to go back to this slide. As you can see, if you have that handout with the diagram on the front side that sort of has the two sides, we're talking about the left-hand side. That's the new school support framework. And at the bottom of that, you can see there are groups of schools identified for comprehensive support. Those are our sort of bottom 5% of schools in the state, roughly, and also high schools that have very low graduation rates. Those are the comprehensive support schools. So all the indicators, at the elementary and middle school levels, we have mastery, growth, and readiness. We have at the high school level, mastery, graduation, and readiness. Those indicators will be used, that data, not just to sort of produce this summative performance score, but to also then identify schools for one of these three support tiers. You might have schools that are not identified for any support. You might have the comprehensive support schools, again, whole school, very low performance across all the indicators that we look at. And then there's the targeted support and additional targeted support. And on the diagram here, we have them as orange and yellow. On the handout, they are grouped together as it's just called targeted support, because both of those groups of schools have particular challenges with a group of students. So maybe it's a students with disabilities group that are struggling in that school. So it is part of the federal system, but also now this unified the state system. And then these schools are eligible for additional resources, which is sort of represented at the bottom of the diagram. So this is not sort of about accreditation as much as it is about the new school performance framework. Is that a helpful?
Madam President, just a clarifying question.
Ms. Bolton?
Can you go to the next chart, the one with the one after that, thanks. So I'm just confused because I thought by definition, the CSI was 5%. The feds tell us that our 5% most struggling schools are all comprehensive schools. And I see you saying that what we are in fact doing is 3%. And that's the first question. And then the related question is, I think I'm right that once we decide what our indicators are, the federal rules then define what schools are in TSI and ATSI. In other words, we don't get to decide who's ATSI and TSI. It's all tied to the indicator numbers connected to CSI. Help refresh me on how the federal rules determine these three.
Sure.
categories.
So on the first question, the difference here is that it's 5% of Title I schools, not 5% of all
Thank you.
schools.
Okay,
So
good.
that's why
Thank
we
you.
are at 3%
Gotcha.
of all
Thank you.
schools,
Okay.
because it's just limited to Title
Thank
I.
you.
Some, I will say though, states have a choice of doing more than Title I schools. So some states say we're gonna not do 5% of Title I schools, we're gonna do 10% of Title I schools. You can go above that. Federal rules are a floor, they are not a ceiling. And then on the second question, there is a requirement, again, in federal law, that a school with a group of students performing similarly to a school that's in the bottom 5% for Title I is identified for that targeted support. An additional targeted support that is in the regulations that you voted on last month. So there is a link between that, but again, that is a floor.
Yeah, got it.
That is not the ceiling.
So, but right now, what we use in Virginia for our federal identification is that we use that floor as our ceiling. In other words, we don't go beyond
Correct.
that.
We
Okay.
don't really go
Gotcha.
beyond that.
And for our federal identifiers and for our federal identifiers on those other categories, do we have flexibility on what indicators are used to determine whether the TSI schools and ATSI schools are, whether their subgroups are meeting the CSI limit or not? Or in other words, how much discretion, do we have any discretion other than going above the floor on determining the TSI and ATSI schools?
So there are some states, you have to use all the indicators in the system to identify targeted support. You can't say, we're just not looking at growth for targeted support. If that's part of your system, it needs to be part of the identification process for the schools. I will say the one caveat to that is that states have added some business rules, as I sort of call them. That's a term of art. It's not a defined term. So you might say, well, first we're going to use all of our indicators to identify a group of targeted support schools. And then on top of that, we're going to just look at this one measure. For example, in Louisiana, they really had a focus on suspension rates, out of school suspension rates. So we're going to just look at that measure and identify schools in addition who have disproportionate rates of out of school suspensions. So there are some states to do that, but generally you can't just sort of ignore an indicator for TSI. You have to look at all of them in some ways, but again, there's some flexibility when it comes to the additional tools.
Thank you.
Do you have questions on the whole thing or just this piece?
Any other questions?
You have a question?
No, they just told me to tell Kent to leave.
No, Kent, you can do it. Kent, we have, Kent,
Do you have
we do have time. It's fine.
Do you have questions on
Yes, question if you have one, would
the
you?
entire thing though?
Yeah, that's fine. Do you have a question on
I
this?
think Amber-
Amber? Dr. Northern?
Well, mine's more, I want to make sure that's why I was waiting, just more of a macro. I mean, we're talking about how many schools we identify and so forth. I feel like, okay, that obviously matters, what we actually do to help those schools or what kinds of things. And we talked a little about this yesterday, like, you know, some of the stuff that has happened elsewhere are not options, are just simply not policy options for us. We don't have state takeovers. We don't have choice. And so like, I think we need to talk about identification. And then part of that is like, what are we actually going to be able to do? And I think that one way that conversation goes is, oh, well, we shouldn't identify a lot of schools because we can't do a lot. Another way that conversation could go though, is we should actually, there's probably really robust support we can provide to sort of schools in that mid-tier and help them get better. And then we think about something else for the schools that are struggling the most. And I just think that's like just a really important part of this conversation that we have to sort of figure out, like overall, like in the context we operate in, what is our strategy? And then this question of then, So we want more money for these schools, but money for what? Because there's a lot of evidence of where it's just compliance or it kind of bounces off. Like, what are we actually going to try to, what change are we actually going to try to leverage with those dollars?
Yes, and I think that this is getting a little deeper to the regulations that you voted on, as well as the federal law itself, kind of lay out a little bit of a structure that you can lead into with this, where those comprehensive support schools, they'll go back, these schools, the way that the regulations that you all approved were written, these schools are already written in a way of the Department of Education, in addition to their division, is really involved in approving the school support plan, ensuring that the evidence-based interventions that are part of that plan match the needs assessments, looking at different resources within the school that are needed to implement the plan. And those schools, at least currently, receive a larger grant size than other schools. So they would get more money. And to be clear, that money is coming from a 7% set aside of Title I funds currently. So it's a federal funds. And so under the new system, we can use those funds in the braided way, as opposed to right now, when we have schools that maybe aren't accredited, we can't use federal funds to support those schools unless they're also federally identified. So this is helping with that. But I think those schools are already written and sort of thought of in a way where this is the Office of School Quality and the state is much more involved in those schools and what the school improvement process looks like, so that they can provide a deeper level of support. As you go on down the line with additional targeted support schools, these schools in orange, the state is also involved more in those schools, but not to the same degree as they would be with your targeted support schools. The targeted support school process, both under ESSA as well as in the regulation, is more division-led. More of that is falling on the division superintendents to look at those plans closely to be sure that there's evidence-based interventions in those that are doing the things, but it's already written in a way to sort of help triage a little bit, you might say, of really focusing more of the state's efforts on the CSI schools and then sort of ratcheting down. They're recognizing that these comprehensive support schools are the ones that have the greatest needs. Dr. Clarence?
I just want to draw you back into the document that you have in front of you as a board, that this is taking those performance categories, those TSIs, those comprehensive support, those tiers that we talked about, and braiding those together to focus on support. So while we have the comprehensive support and the targeted support for particular student groups, comprehensive support for whole schools, that is about our federal. You guys are working to line up the state component, so everything is braided together. And it doesn't become, are you a TSI school and accredited with conditions and this? It's about putting these things together and really driving the supports. So I really appreciate Ann talking about how this comes together into a support framework and really building that bench around support. So I just want to this has been very helpful as we've done our 15 listening sessions across the Commonwealth, and just want to keep drawing you to this placemat.
So just following up on that, in this case, we're saying Virginia must identify these 3 groups. And already in our performance categories, we've said we want 4. So are we allowed to add categories to this if we want to?
I'm glad you asked that question. I think the way that the staff has sort of envisioned this is that this system is really about the support framework and about saying which schools need support, which schools don't. The performance categories are sort of serving a broader public purpose about painting that picture of where schools are succeeding, hitting it out of the park, where schools may have challenges. And that, we know that it gives you more room to differentiate in a way that our current accreditation system where, it's 90% of schools are fully accredited, 10% are accredited with conditions, we think it doesn't give you sort of much room to really say the true differentiation in quality. So I think the school categories are trying to get more at that issue of how can we really paint the full spectrum of performance. And, again, this is all theoretical, but there might be schools who are in targeted support and improvement who are in the second of 4 categories or the third of 4 categories. There's going to be some differences there, but I think the purpose of these labels are about supports and being clear about where the states and divisions are really working, while those performance categories are really about driving clear information to the public and painting that more like broad picture. This doesn't speak to schools that are doing great, and we want to be sure that we're also recognizing that. So that's the sort of the difference in the purpose there.
Madam President,
Ms. Holton?
so I'm almost thinking that really, you're right, there might be exceptions, but really all 3 of these categories are gonna be pretty well aligned with the bottom of whatever our 4 or 5 categories are gonna be. I mean,
Depends. Yes, I think it depends. I mean, we have set this up in a way where, in the regulation again, a school that is identified for support cannot be in the top performance category.
Yeah.
We made that
well,
clear.
it almost
but-
seems like if we're trying for simplicity, I remember this when we went through the last round of this, but if we're trying to align the state and the federal, it's almost like we ought to define them to align in some fashion. But I don't know, there might be arguments for why not do that. Can you move to the next slide, the one that, so if I'm, this
one or the
one,
one
that,
before?
no, I'm sorry, one more, that one.
Fine.
So am I right that you are asking or going to be asking the board at some point to make a choice or a recommendation for one versus 2? And that 1 would continue to have approximately 250 schools receiving this kind of support from the department. And that the 2 would mean more schools than 250 receiving. So in other words, we would set our federal categories beyond the floor. But 1 is where we're keeping the federal categories pretty much at the floor, about 250 schools, and 2 would mean more schools than that.
I think, thank you. One of the things that Ann, Chad, the OSQ team, Deputy Superintendent Carol, myself, we're trying to get the board through these conversations yesterday and today, better understanding what directionality. We are definitely not saying either or decisions. We need better directionality as we start thinking through the modeling that you have requested, Ms. Holton, that several board members have asked of us. We just need better signaling of next steps so we can make sure that between now and the June board meeting, we have good modeling and good guidance on the directionality that you want us to go in.
And you are asking for guidance on 1 versus 2. Option 1 versus option 2.
We're asking in a range of guidance, what directionality you want us to be in.
And the second one means more schools identified.
And I guess my comment, Madam President, is I feel like we need to answer this. We need some kind of a theory of the case on what we think we can do in terms of school improvement here in the Commonwealth and what to expect, because we can probably help a large number of schools move up some. We can try to do intensive stuff in a small number of schools. Yes, as Ms. Heisop pointed out, we have certain federal requirements that are incumbent on us, obviously, but like, I feel like we're being asked to like have a conversation about what do we want school improvement to look like? And that's a hard conversation kind of in the abstract.
No, I don't disagree. And I think, like I said, there's not one right way to do this. I've seen states that say we're only giving funds to CSI schools. Targeted support schools are getting other forms of help. Maybe they're prioritized for other state grants, but they're not getting that federal 7% set aside of Title I. That's a choice that they made. Other states don't do that. A state might choose to only have CSI schools be funded with those 10 or 7% set aside because they want to give really big grants to those schools. But other states said, we're going to give them a smaller grant, but we're going to give it to comprehensive and targeted support. So it is about this theory of action about, do you think that it makes most sense to have really deep support in a smaller set of schools versus maybe a middle level of support and try and kind of get some support for CSI that's maybe not quite as deep, but it's still good. so that you can reach more of those targeted support schools, or do you go really big and sort of have more thinner supports? There's not one right approach, and I think that it is a choice about where to put our resources, where to put time and attention, and sort of what's the role of the state versus where do you maybe have divisions step in more.
I think I'll just throw something else out there for us to just be thinking about. I understand, and I thought your answer was perfect, and in terms of how these systems are doing different things. But I do wonder, one question that we might wrestle with is, would it be possible, and I get that number 2 is the big elephant in the room because we don't know how many schools are going to be identified. But would it be possible for us to think about, could our 2 highest levels of support map onto 2 categories of performance, or 2 categories of performance? So in other words, at least we have some overlap between the performance categories and the support categories. And if, so then our districts will understand, okay, these 2 align to these 2. I don't know whether that's possible, but I'm just trying to figure out how we can get some degree of alignment between the 2 systems.
Definitely. And I think that there are different ways of getting alignment, and some like states have come up with different ways. Sometimes it is just saying this category, summative category, only includes comprehensive support schools. Other times it's like a rule saying all comprehensive support schools are going to be in this category, but maybe some other schools too. Because again, some states are only doing Title I schools. So, what if it's a really low performing non-Title I school? Do you want them also to be in that category? So I think there are choices where sometimes there's that perfect alignment. Sometimes it's maybe by a rule to say that that's the designated category for that. And I think just to sort of bear in mind too, that I guess one thing I would just caution against, perhaps because I don't want us to end up in the same place, is that say we end up with this, it's all hypothetical, but where roughly 15% of schools continue to be identified in the Commonwealth in either of these 2 categories. You then have 85% of schools with the same, like you have to do some more differentiation in that 85% as well. Otherwise, we're sort of recreating the same system we have. So I think just to be thinking about that too, about, I have seen some states that have identified as many as half of their schools for federal improvement. I don't think that is the direction that this board would want to go. They're certainly an outlier. So I think that just keeping in mind that we do want to focus on that differentiation for the low performers, but it's also about those schools that are doing fine, those schools that are doing great. We want to be sure that we're also catching their performance as well.
Ms. Holton?
So I think I heard you say that some states actually do just their CSI schools. All their federal resources get targeted to the comprehensive service schools. So that actually would be a third option here, would be to go to fewer. And I'm not recommending that option necessarily, but just to be clear, we could continue to identify approximately 250 schools, or we could go to fewer. We could go to just 50 schools, which is the comprehensive service schools, or we could do a bigger number.
I don't think we can decrease the number of schools identified, but we can decrease the number of schools getting the federal
resources.
Support.
Right, getting resources.
So you can sort of see the first bullet under 1 is all schools could continue to receive funding, even under option 1.
Yeah, we still have to
we're going to double down on the CSI funding and maybe some.
Pretty much anything we do, we're going to still end up with about 250, unless we wildly change our indicators, which we don't have that much flexibility on that from the Fed. So basically, we're going to end up with approximately 250 schools identified as one of the 3 federal categories. And then we can work around that. But to me, so choosing between putting all our resources, our federal resources into a smaller number of schools, or or the current number of schools, or a larger number of schools, that's a budget decision. We don't have any information about the budget. I mean, what I want is deeper and more. So I want to have my cake and eat it too. It's complicated because this board we don't have budgetary authority. So we can do our part and then, the administration does its part. So I'm not quite sure how, the question is, how can we do our part usefully, recognizing it's part of a bigger whole?
Okay, I think,
Please go ahead.
no, I think that, in my day job, I advocate for more funding for school improvement. So I would love more funding for school improvement. And this is a really hard question to wrestle with. It's not just Virginia that's wrestling with this, all states wrestle with this. And I feel like part of the signal here is, I think this point about the current school, like whether it's 250, that rough percentage, that is, what we're doing now. Does that reflect the state of performance in Virginia? And, do you think it makes sense to say, no, actually, we think that there are a lot of other schools that do need support. And we're going to send this signal through the identification and hope that that helps us make the case for additional resources and support so that we can, we'll do as much as we can with what we have to support particularly those comprehensive support schools, while also trying to build up our support structures to serve those additional schools that also sort of would be benefit from a deeper level of support. The flip side is sort of, we want to be really sure that we don't want to send a signal and say, we're identifying schools, we're staying with our 250 roughly, and trying to do as much as we can with those. And then, we'll kind of wait to see what happens and whether we should extend that beyond to additional schools.
I think the elephant in the room, Madam President.
Mr. Rotherham.
What's our track record on actually turning around persistently low districts? I mean, we had Petersburg, an update on the memorandum of understanding with them yesterday. We started down that process. I was a far younger man. And we're, there's still, a lot of issues facing that school division. We got some others. So I feel like, and I think that takes us to one of two places why this is a complicated conversation, which one would be, what recommendations could we make for enabling legislation, other things to do what we can within the strictures of the Constitution to be more ambitious towards low performing school divisions? Or it could lead us to say, like, we're going to have to continue to keep trying to do things, but we're going to focus on this other set of schools. Like, I guess what I want to hear is kind of the elephant in the room. What's the case for optimism that we can really, that we're, with all else equal right now, we can really actually intervene in meaningful ways and really drive sustained increases in learning?
So I think the case for optimism right now is the fact that this board, through the actions it's taken, is choosing to bring together the state system and the federal system. I can't imagine working at the Department of Education and trying to manage two competing support systems, one through the accreditation system and one through the federal system. To be able to actually unify and kind of have a comprehensive, there will be one set of schools that should have priority, for our attention. I think that's the hope for optimism. This work is really hard though. I mean, we all know this. And I would say the track record on school improvement, there are certainly bright spots across the country, but there's a lot of not as bright spots. But to me, the hope for optimism is just that the State Department of Ed and the Office of School Quality is actually going to be able to leverage all their resources in a much more coherent way than they have before.
Okay, that's super encouraging, and I trust your judgment quite a bit. And so you're suggesting that one of the things is the fact that we are going to be able to be more focused, that we should then expect some different. That would actually be a change. We should expect some different things.
I would certainly hope so.
That's okay. Thank you.
And am I right that essentially we're letting the department ease off on another 500 schools or so? With the charts we saw yesterday, in addition to these 250 schools, the department is engaged with another 500 that are require some degree of state intervention under our current state system. And what we heard yesterday is while it's supposed to be support, it's really effectively just compliance. So we heard from Dr. Albin that he didn't think letting that piece of the work go was going to have a negative impact. But I do think it's worth recognizing essentially what we're saying is for the middle to low schools, but not bottom schools, we're going to remove some state support because we want to be able to concentrate our resources on the bottom schools.
Dr. Coons? I don't think that's what Ms. Hyslop said in any way, shape, or form. I think yesterday we presented on tiers of support in the focal areas of tiers. And I think what Ms. Hyslop is trying to help us think about is as we move with those tiers and the categories, in particular the federal dollars, where those fit, but where those tier 1 schools who have access, as we presented yesterday, what those tier 2 schools have in their prioritized support. And as Ms. Hyslop has advocated a couple of times in the past half hour, it's about providing coherence, because right now we're doing a lot of stuff, but there's no coherence. And the goal is, as she stated, right now we're identifying schools 2 different ways and trying to manage that. This is about bringing coherence to the system. And what are the schools that get those tier 1 supports? What are the schools not that don't get any, that get tier 2 supports?
Right.
How are those tier 2 supports? And what we're asking the board to start thinking about as they're thinking about the performance structures, we're also asking them to think about support and how those tiers work and how we focus on those and help us bring a performance and support framework. I would hate for anyone in this audience to think we are letting schools go and that we are moving in that direction. We are providing coherence and bringing that together into a framework.
And I'm very supportive of that. I was not actually referring to Ms. Hyslop's presentation, but rather to Dr. Albin's, who told us that there are 500 some schools beyond these 250 that the Office of School Quality is currently required to engage with. And while the rest of the department, and in many different ways, we might be offering tier schools continuing support, we would be reducing that compliance requirement that the Office of School Quality has been engaged in for 500 additional schools. That's what I was referring to. Maybe I misunderstood it.
Dr. Northern?
Yeah, I'll just make the point that for me, one of the most important pieces that came out of that conversation yesterday was just hearing from the schools in terms of what's most helpful for those that have been receiving these lacks of support, supports, what they think of them. I mean, gosh, compliance is a pretty bad word for a lot of folks. It just makes us all roll our head and roll our eyes. And so honestly, if there's some compliancy things that we can get rid of that are driving schools crazy, we should do that. And if there's some out of the box strategies that we can learn from schools that are improving with supports, then we should hear from them. And I know that, that's a great way we can include our educators in the conversation that we had here earlier today. So anyway, I just think that we shouldn't give a pass to compliance. We should always be trying to, help as many schools as we can and out of the box if we can.
Okay. Anything else? No?
Is that the end of this
That is
presentation?
the end.
That's correct.
So before we move on to the next topic, I do have one other thing I'd like to address, if I may.
Okay, can I just thank Ann and Chad? I think Ann said this a couple of times, that this is not her day job, and Ann and Chad have provided us a tremendous of guidance, support, work, and collaboration at the agency and for the board and in service of the board's decision-making. And I know Chad's back there somewhere. We're in a crowded room today, but I just personally want to take a point of privilege and thank both of you for the amount of time and collaboration that you have provided as not your day job. So I just want to say thank you to both of you, and the amount of time that you have committed to us is incredible. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sure we'll be seeing you at the next board meeting. So.
Okay, Ms. Holton's last question.
Thank you. This is more in the spirit of a comment, and this is somewhat responding to some of the conversation we had yesterday. I know we have a lot of some agreements over the need to change our accountability system and some disagreements over the need to change the accountability system. I felt the need to rise to the defense of the folks who worked so hard to adopt our current accountability system. Worked really, Diane Atkinson, one of my fellow board members, a longtime department staffer and well-respected educator in Virginia, by no means a softie by anybody's standards, led a committee that spent 2 years. She led the committee on school and division accountability through a lengthy process that made major changes, and I would argue major enhancements, regardless of the issues we're talking about today. That was the work that went into creating the school quality profiles, which provide extensive information to anybody who chooses to use it, including proficiency data separated from growth data. That was the committee produced the recommendations to include growth data and helped create growth measures out of nothing. That was the group that helped focus on connecting the K-12 experience to the needs of workforce and citizenship, created the CCR College and Career Readiness Index, enhanced the role of career planning, increased opportunities for work-based learning, increased opportunities for career and technical education, and really just did an incredible amount of work trying to improve our system towards one of continuous quality improvement in partnerships with our division. Did we get it all right? Absolutely not. Is there a wide range of opinions on what we got right and what we got wrong? Absolutely. I have no argument with that. What I do have argument with, and I'm sure this wasn't anybody's intention, but there have been statements made that would impugn the intentions of that group. And I can assure you, because I was at the table, that there was no intention to hide the ball. There was no intention to lie to parents. There was no intention to withhold information. It was all about trying to help improve outcomes for all students, especially the least of these, and about connecting our students more effectively to the workforce. And so as we go forward in the discussions, I would encourage us to focus on what's working and what's not, but not to impugn the integrity of not just Ms. Atkinson, but really it was a cast of thousands all across the state that put hard work into that last revision. And I'm completely comfortable with folks telling us we got it wrong, but don't tell us we had bad intentions, because we didn't. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Rotherham?
I appreciate the spirit of that quite a bit. And I don't think going back and litigating it is not worthwhile. What I would encourage us to do, first of all, look at the data. And I think we've had some trouble just cutting through. We've had debates, are our cut scores the lowest or are they not? Like Tennessee on fourth grade reading has the highest cut scores in the country. Virginia has the lowest. That's not something that Glenn Youngkin claims or that anyone on the board claims. That's a fact. And the Commissioner of Education Statistics came here and presented that. And Tennessee is not like an abstract case. It's not like some state far away. That's a state right next door where businesses might be deciding, am I going to locate in Southwest Virginia? I got to locate across the border in Tennessee. So those are real issues. For years, people have warned about what is happening here. I mean, I would refer you, the Washington Post has warned for years, the editorial board on this, and has said we're going in the wrong direction. Again, so you say a lot of things about the Washington Post. One thing I don't think you can say is that they're sort of rabid cheerleaders for Glenn Youngkin. And so I think I completely agree with the spirit of your remarks, but I think we just have to take a good hard look at the data. We have an opportunity. This isn't about a particular governor or a particular point in time. We have an opportunity to try to do better, and we will, as Ms. Holden just said, and spoiler alert, we will get a bunch of things wrong too. That's just the nature of policymaking, and future boards will be back here. That's just how the process sort of goes. But I do think, and I said yes, and I will say it again, we are at sort of a gut check moment about, do we decide what does this look like going forward? Do we link this with line of sight to things that actually matter in people's lives? And do we just have some hard conversations? And I think we can do that. I think we can do that in the spirit Ms. Holton intends, but I think it's going to be very difficult to have those conversations if we can't align on some baseline facts about where we are that for some reason still seem to be at times a jump ball with folks, and rather than just anchor on where we are and where we were before the pandemic. The pandemic sort of underscored it, but achievement has been declining for a while, and in some cases, in some pretty pronounced ways. The pandemic sort of underscored that, which, you know, that is what it is. No one obviously hoped for that. And so I think the question is now, like, anchored in those facts, where do we go forward? And even this afternoon, we're having some exciting conversations with our lab school people who I'm sure are riveted by this conversation. We're here because we're making some real progress on creating more options. And so I think it's an exciting time, but we have to keep line of sight to where we are and where we need to be.
Ms.
Thank
Hyslop,
you guys so much.
thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you. Do we need to hold for just a minute? Okay, if we could have just a quick, maybe, what do we want to, or you want to go ahead?
Mr. Rotherham has asked me to give next steps on the things we've talked about. Then we're going to move to lab schools. And so Kent, we're going to have you come back at 4 o'clock. I'm so sorry.
You know where I am, so.
Yes, we sincerely apologize, but greatly appreciate your willingness to defer to the many lab school presentations in the room. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
As the board has talked about over the past 2 days, we had the opportunity to be involved in a regulatory process in March, and proposed regs have gone out. We have had over 170 pieces of public comment, and I think several more have come in the past week. We have the opportunity to have lots of conversation today. The board gave us a lot of direction with Anne and Chad, and with Mark and Katie. We'll be working to model a lot of the different steps in next direction as we move into the ESSA state plan. So while we have our proposed regs and they are going through the regulatory process, at the same time, since we are combining the state and the federal process, we are working on the ESSA state plan as well. In June, we will bring several models, several options, and start having some decision-making so that we can move towards a regulation and an ESSA state plan in late August, September. The goal of that is so that school divisions have the opportunity to spend the 24-25 school year under the current regulatory and accreditation process, but can also see the new process and have a full year to look at that process and make planning and implementation. So thank you, Mr. Rotherham, for helping us remind everyone where we are in this process and that we are at the end of the beginning, as many people have stated in this journey. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And really want to thank all of our lab school folks who have patiently waited for these opportunities. I'm going to turn it over to President Creasy.
Yes, so as we move into this time in our agenda here, I just want to take an opportunity to thank all of our lab school presenters who are here today. We are grateful for your partnership, for your collaboration where you are in your own home areas, but more importantly, for your commitment to this innovative opportunity moving forward for the students of the Commonwealth. We do truly value the time and the effort and the energy that all of you have put into this process. And we are committed to ensuring an efficient process moving forward. I was a little disappointed in the length of the last lab school committee meeting because I know we all have quite a few things going on in our lives. But the process in our last meeting was what it was, and we are going to move forward from that and create some more efficiencies. And I think maybe Mr. Rotherham and Mr. Hanson, as members of that committee, could speak more to that.
Well, I'll defer to Mr. Hanson.
Yes. Yes. Yesterday, I approved Mr. Hanson's remote participation in this week's meetings, as he is more than 60 miles away from his residence is more than 60 miles away. So the record should reflect my approval of that yesterday. Thank you. Mr. Rotherham.
You go, Mr. Hanson.
Thank you.
different proposals that came to us in this amount of leadership and vision, and just every one of the programs, the superintendent's offices, the university, the college, the business offices, it just really is really the hallmark of collaboration and community engagement, and also just even looking at them collectively as a group. Between the populations that cover the geographic distribution around the state, but even the themes of the projects, whether it's health or accelerated college and employability skills, or college prep and pathways, maritime engineering, another one of maritime trades with welding and electronics, and also computer science for undergraduate middle school students. And so I just, it was actually, the president said it was, I apologize for the duration of the meeting, but I'm glad we got through all six because individually they are high quality and likely added to those. Very comprehensive proposals here. And also, I just wanted to thank the staff. This has been a very laborious year plus, and pulling this together as the team that has been developed and amount of technical system work that has been provided to them.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Mr. Rotherham?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Hanson. Yeah, I agree. Look, first of all, thank the staff. It's just been a tremendous amount of work, and it's ongoing. We have another meeting coming up in May. There's a lot of applications in the pipeline, which is exciting, but moving them through, it is laborious. I want to thank the applicants for their patience with the process, and their patience, frankly, as we've had to refine the process, as we've learned to try to make sure we need a process that's rigorous, but rigorous and laborious are not synonymous. And so trying to figure out what are some ways where we can streamline so there aren't things that are redundant or taking too much of people's time, requiring too much travel. It is a big Commonwealth, and it's a long way. And as we've tried to, with all that. And yeah, the last meeting, Miss Creasy talked about that. I mean, I think we need to make sure we're asking really hard, difficult questions when necessary, because we have a responsibility here, but those questions also, we need to make sure we are, those questions are asked in a spirit of improvement, are respectful of the work that's before us. And I think there's definitely a little room to ceiling there. And so particularly Roanoke, we're really pleased that you all are here and with the work that you've done, that you are here and hopefully teed up to move forward with your fantastic school.
Thank you all. And with that, Dr. Armstrong, would you like to begin? And I think that we have set the table here for
the applicants.
Please. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam President and board members. And I am excited to be joined today by 6 College Partnership Lab School applicants for your consideration. As Mr. Hanson mentioned, these lab schools represent higher education and K-12 partners from every corner of the Commonwealth today, from Abingdon to Northern Virginia to Hampton Roads, and each with a proposal to provide unique and innovative opportunities to Virginia students. For the purpose of today's presentations, I would like to give an overview of the review process once, rather than I typically give it every time I have an applicant come up, that has taken place on behalf of all of our applicants, followed by brief introductions of each lab school applicant prior to their presentation to the board for your consideration. I would first like to thank the members of the College Partnership Lab School Standing Committee, including Chair Mrs. Joan Wadiska, Virginia Board of Education members, Mr. Bill Hanson, Mr. Andy Rotherham, and members Mr. John Bailey and Dr. Pam Moran for their time, their feedback, and their commitment to lab schools and the additional opportunities afforded by lab schools on behalf of the students of the Commonwealth. As has been detailed to the board previously, upon receipt of a lab school application, the VDOE convenes a subject matter expert team to provide detailed feedback in each compliance-related section of the application. The goal of the application review technical expert committee is to document the needed technical expertise and provide counseling to the applicants to identify and correct any potential deficiencies in the planning and implementation of the proposed College Partnership Laboratory School, determine compliance with state law or regulation, highlight potential problems or red flags with information contained in the application, and to identify aspects of the proposal that are especially exciting or unique. The subject matter team includes me, Shauna LeBlanc from the Office of Licensure and School Leadership, Jason Ellis from the Office of Accountability, Rebecca Askew, Melissa Velasquez, Aaron Madden, and Sophia McDaniel from the Office of Policy, Ed Lanza from the Office of Budgeting, Dr. Samantha Hollins from the Department of Special Education and Student Services, Dr. Dave Myers from the Office of Data Research and Technology, and Ms. Claire Bremner, who works with the Innovation Office as the Innovation Coordinator. Each VDOE subject matter expert was provided with the laboratory school criteria checklist worksheet. Areas of expertise were assigned to various staff subject to their education expertise here in the agency. The compilation of these comments is included in the spreadsheet entitled VDOE Completeness and Compliance Report that is attached to the agenda for tomorrow's business meeting. The Completeness and Compliance Report corresponds to the application and reflects the following dimensions of compliance: executive summary, mission and vision, educational program, governance, management structure, financial and operations, placement plan, and other assurances. Each of the applications presented to you today have undergone multiple phases of subject matter review. Additionally, the agency has engaged the Office of the Attorney General and the Governor's Transformation Office to ensure that applications presented to the Standing Committee and to the board today are complete and compliant, and that budget and sustainability plans are scrutinized for efficiency and effectiveness in the use of lab school grant funds and the higher ed partners' detailed plans to sustain the lab school past the grant fund window. You will find cover sheets from the OAG and VDOE, as well as consistent budget templates in each application that reflect these additional efforts taken on behalf of the applications before you today for consideration. All of the applications before you for consideration were presented to the Lab School Standing Committee on April 11, 2024, and were approved on first and final review to be forwarded to the State Board with unique requests or conditions by the Standing Committee. Each applicant will specifically address their responsiveness to the Standing Committee's requests and conditions in their presentations. And if it pleases the President of the Board, I would like to now introduce our first lab school application for consideration, and that is the Emory and Henry College, Southwest Virginia Heels Academy.
Please.
Did you want me there or here?
Whatever is more comfortable for you. You can sit, you can stand. I gotcha.
You can rest for one
I would
moment
love to be
while
able to
it
stand
fits
too.
you. Yeah. The VDOE received the Emory and Henry Healthcare Excellence Academy, known as Southwest Virginia HEALS application on December 15th, 2023. In the intervening months, both prior to and subsequent application submission, the agency has collaborated with the applicant as follows. Technical assistance calls were held between VDOE staff and the Emory and Henry College team on August 17th, September 19th, September 20th, and December 11th, 2023. An on-site technical assistance visit was held on October 24th, 2023 at the Southwest Virginia Higher Education Center between VDOE staff and the Emory and Henry College team. Following submission of the application, the first round of counseling from VDOE subject matter experts was provided to the applicants during the week of January 8th. A technical assistance call was held on January 24th, and a revised application was submitted to the VDOE on February 23rd, which was presented to the Standing Committee on March 4th, 2024 for review. Responsive to initial Standing Committee feedback at the March 4th meeting, technical assistance calls were held with the Emory and Henry team on March 6th and March 25th. The applicant was responsive to subject matter expert feedback and questions and provided edits to their application and addendums as required to meet compliance. Once it was established that the applicant had provided satisfactory responses to the VDOE, the Emory and Henry Southwest Virginia HEALS application was placed on the agenda for Standing Committee review on April 11th. The HEALS team presented to the Standing Committee, responded to their questions, and the Standing Committee unanimously approved first and final review of the Southwest Virginia HEALS application to be forwarded for your consideration today, contingent upon responsiveness by Southwest Virginia HEALS to provision of the following. Additional detail related to the Southwest Virginia HEALS Lab School being open to all students. Additional detail related to supports proposed for students engaged in the rigorous academic program of Southwest Virginia HEALS, specifically in their dual enrollment model. The standing committee directed VDOE staff to post the Southwest Virginia HEALS application for the 10-day public comment period on April 11th, which remains available until April 25th. As of today, 10 comments were received, all in support of Southwest Virginia HEALS. Joining us today on behalf of the Southwest Virginia HEALS Lab School is Dr. Lou Fincher, the Senior Vice President of Emory-Henry College, who is also joined by several colleagues and supporters of the Lab School and their K-12 partners. Upon completion of my report, I will invite Dr. Fincher to provide a brief overview of their proposal and to introduce other special guests representing Southwest Virginia HEALS. The application proposes for Emory-Henry to begin a lab school in collaboration and partnership with A. Linwood Holton Governor's School, Virginia Highlands Community College, Wytheville Community College, Smith County Public Schools, Washington County Public Schools, Wythe County Public Schools, and the City of Bristol Public Schools. Southwest Virginia HEALS is an innovative interdisciplinary lab school model that focuses on providing career exposure to students through real-world problem solving in collaboration with higher education professionals, pre-service college students, and industry experts. Students remain enrolled in their home school division and attend health science courses at one of the two Southwest Virginia HEALS campus locations, the Southwest Virginia Higher Ed Center and the Emory-Henry College of Health Science campus for one half of the school day. The curriculum includes dual enrollment credit courses in health sciences. The lab school would address multiple desirable outcomes for students, future teachers, and regional schools with hiring needs, including students who engage in high-level application of real-world problem solving while working closely with a team of experts from both industry and higher ed partners. They will provide a space for innovation where educators, industry, and pre-service professionals can explore best practices in teaching and learning, and they will engage in coursework aligned with personal interest and regional market demand, in this case, healthcare industry, streamlining the pipeline for high-wage, high-skill, high-demand employment in the region served by the lab school. On behalf of VDOE, I submit that the Emory-Henry Southwest Virginia HEALS Lab School is compliant and ready to implement, and I recommend to the board that the lab school be approved at tomorrow's business meeting and subsequently begin the contract approval process. Here to share more about Southwest Virginia HEALS, I'm again joined by Dr. Lou Fincher, who will provide additional information, introduce any additional guests on behalf of Southwest Virginia HEALS, and answer questions of the board. Dr. Fincher. And there's your presentation.
And is there a pointer on here as well, or is there just a point? Just advances, okay. Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Well, President Creasy, Dr. Coons, and members of the Virginia Board of Education, I can say that Emory-Henry and our collaborative partners are thrilled to be on your agenda this afternoon to be able to share our college partnership laboratory school application. And our mission and vision are shown on the slide here. Our vision is to establish a sustainable pipeline to create future healthcare professionals that can serve the healthcare workforce needs in our region of Southwest Virginia. The mission, as shown here, we believe guides us in achieving that strategic vision. Our instructional model is based on the Career Academy model, which research has shown to be very effective in putting students onto a career pathway to give them the step up towards their college degree. Our courses are dual enrollment based courses, both face-to-face for classroom and laboratory instruction, as well as asynchronous online. And we place a special emphasis on experiential learning, both in the classroom and the laboratory through clinical simulation, team-based activities and the like, but also through career exploration forums, and particularly through healthcare career job shadowing and internships. We also have intentionally built in exposure to the high school students to healthcare professionals, healthcare educators, and healthcare students enrolled in the healthcare graduate and undergraduate programs, both at Emory-Henry and at the healthcare or higher ed center in Abington. Our partners were just named previously by Dr. Armstrong, and I will introduce those that are here at the conclusion of my presentation. The budget summary was included in the application, and the table is at the top of this slide. And so I would call your attention to, we've estimated the operating expenses for years 1 through 4, with year 1 being academic year 24-25, and total for those 4 years being $3.85 million. Down below that is our request for funding from the VDOE. that totals $5,050,000, inclusive of the $200,000 planning grant we've already received and the $1 million startup funds, and then the year 1 through 4 funding. If you look below that line, you'll see how that funding breaks down to cost per pupil funding. And we are very confident that by year 5, we will have the sustainability support from our partners that we've already met with, and our partners that have already begun to pledge and commit to that sustainability support. And that's provided in the bulleted portion of this slide. Our partnering school divisions that will provide in-kind transportation support, but also are willing to provide, if needed, a per pupil fee support and assist that per pupil fee, if provided, would support additional instruction costs. Linwood Holton Governor's School is committed to providing dual enrollment tuition assistance, as well as the sharing of faculty costs. Emory and Henry College remains committed to supporting staffing needs. And with our partners at the Southwest Virginia Higher Education Center, we're committed to providing the in-kind support of our facilities and technology and support services. We're blessed to have strong connections and relationships with regional foundations. We provided letters of support from 2 of those, Wellspring Foundation of Southwest Virginia and the Smith County Community Foundation. We also have had ongoing conversations with Ballad Health Systems and Claude Moore Foundation, and a list of other foundations that we've not put on here because those conversations are a little more preliminary. But again, we feel very confident that we will have the sustainability funds to move forward, not only in year 5, but beyond. Our outcomes we have categorized as in the categories of student and program. I'll start with the program goals, being that we again want to create a sustainable, grow our own healthcare career pipeline. We want to increase the number of high school graduates coming out of our high schools that pursue healthcare careers, and by doing so, reduce the healthcare workforce shortages in our region. The student outcomes are very much related to gaining an increased awareness of the healthcare career options available to them, to be able to understand the pathways towards degrees, whether it be community college, 4-year college, or graduate degree that would put them on the path to their chosen healthcare career. We want to, through our dual enrollment courses, provide a strong foundation, not only in the healthcare foundational science courses, but in introductory healthcare courses. And again, as I emphasized earlier, to provide that real world exposure through shadowing and internships and exposure to working healthcare professionals. And we also, through their experiences, particularly in the clinical shadowing and internships, hope to instill the understanding and appreciation of the increased need we have for rural healthcare professionals to meet our healthcare needs. As Dr. Armstrong mentioned, we were asked to provide additional feedback in terms of 2 areas: recruitment processes and program, and how they are open to all students, and then support that would be provided to our students to help them achieve success in our rigorous program. So to start with the first bullet point, the recruitment processes, we are certainly open to all students in the Commonwealth. We are targeting, through our recruitment efforts, the 9th and 10th grade students in our partnering school divisions that were named earlier. The information and recruitment materials have been provided to the counselors at the middle school and high schools within those 4 school divisions. Our administrators, who I will introduce shortly, have been visiting and will continue to visit all 11 high schools within those 4 divisions. We've begun to have multiple Zoom meetings with prospective parents and students who are interested in learning more about the program. We have opened up our campus to, in fact, we just recently had 300 ninth graders from Smith County schools that came to explore healthcare and to see the type of facilities and learning that would be available to them. So we feel as though we are heavily recruiting across all students within those school divisions. And of course, we will use the lottery system and follow the best practice guidelines provided in the use of that lottery system for admission to our program. In terms of academic support, I really would point you to the last bullet point, in that we have a very tiered approach to providing academic and student success support to the students enrolled in the HEALS program.
really everything from the counselors at their high school, home high school, to the success coaches that will be hired by the HEALS program and be placed, one at each of our campuses, the higher ed campus and the health science campus in Marion, through our healthcare graduate students that will be serving as mentors to the students, through the healthcare, or through the HEALS administrators, faculty, and parents, all collaboratively providing that umbrella of support for the students to help them succeed and achieve their goal of moving into a healthcare college career. And that concludes my formal presentation. And if with permission, I would like to introduce my colleagues that are here. And so in terms of the HEALS administrative staff, we have the executive director, Mr. Danny Lee. Danny, if you would stand, please. Who is a retired principal and longtime educator. The assistant director for our HEALS program is Mike Davidson, also a retired principal and a very talented educator. And two of our partners are here with us as well. Dr. Dennis Carter, superintendent for Smith County Division of Schools, and David Matlock, who is the agency head and executive director for the Higher Ed, Southwest Virginia Higher Ed Center, who serves as one of our campus locations and also has multiple healthcare institutions and programs that will provide our students with experience at that site as well.
And like I did last month with Kim Halterman as the Region 6 Teacher of the Year, or Region 6 Superintendent of the Year, sorry, too many regional teacher awards earlier. I do need to recognize Dr. Carter as our Region 7 Superintendent of the Year.
And then my last comment would just be to provide a big shout out to Dr. Andy Armstrong and his team who have guided us through this process. We are immensely grateful to his efforts. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Wow, it's kind of a testament to this new innovative opportunity we have in the state that we have two regional superintendents of the year that are behind these efforts. And so thank you so much for all the work that you have done and for the support that you and your division are giving to these opportunities. So thank you so much. And thank you all. Are there any questions at this time? Ms. Holton.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Fincher. This was very exciting to hear, and obviously you all are addressing a real need, the healthcare workforce all across the Commonwealth, but particularly in your part of the state. My first question is, am I correct in understanding this is an 11th and 12th grade?
It will be a 10th, 11th, and 12th. And so they start their classes in the spring of their sophomore year, which is really the true exploratory year where they get a lot of exposure to careers they may not have even been aware of in the healthcare profession. And then the 11th grade and 12th grade year start to dive deeper into their particular pathways and the courses that would create the success for them in moving into those pathways.
And so are the 10th grade courses provided at their home schools, or is that remote?
So in the 10th grade spring semester, it is asynchronous delivery of those dual enrollment courses, but we intentionally bring them on campus for 6 experiential workshops that they can begin to not only interact with, again, our healthcare professionals, our educators, and our healthcare graduate students, but also be able to begin to develop some base knowledge and some base skills. And so those workshops included everything from learning how to take vital signs to being able to look at a cadaver, heart and lung, and then listen to heart and lung sounds, to be able to attend a career forum with a variety of healthcare professionals. And then most recently, they've completed their tour of 4 different hospitals and will now be completing shadowing experiences there.
So I'm missing something here, but you're talking in the present tense, this is already operating. So I guess one of my questions was going to be is when is this going to start?
So we'll enroll our first formal class for the HEALS program. We'll have juniors in the fall. We'll have sophomores in the spring of 25. Yeah.
So you'll have your first students will be spring of 25.
So we'll have a junior cohort of 50 students in the fall of 24. And in the spring, we'll have that same junior cohort and a sophomore cohort. So we'll move from 50 students in the fall to 100 students in the spring. And then the next fall, we would move to 150 students, and that would be our expected enrollment there forward.
That's your steady state is the 150
Yes,
students.
yes.
And then, but am I right that the 11th and 12th grade years, the program is owning these students completely, in other words?
Yes, and that's when they begin to actually take in-person classes as well as asynchronous classes. And that is where they will be transported to either the higher ed campus or the Marion campus.
So they'll get their whole high school experience with you during the 11th. And
Ours is a half-day program, so they will be with us in the morning, which allows them to be able to return to their home school in the afternoon for those that are involved in extracurricular activities. And so that transportation will be provided by the school divisions to bring them to campus and then return them to campus.
So so you won't own them completely. They'll still have allegiance to their home school
Yes.
in terms of getting their core curriculum.
Yes,
Who's
yes.
providing the core curriculum?
That will be their home base school. So the courses that we're providing that are dual enrollment or added value courses that provide that added value to their advanced diploma and provides them that career preparation to be able to move into career pathways.
Thank you. And I'm almost at my last question. This is the first time we've had applications come to us with contingencies from the lab school committee. And I think that's because they accelerated their process somewhat, but it means the applications are coming to us with contingencies that we need to be satisfied or resolved. So understand one of the contingencies for you was about the being open to all students. So I see you say here it's going to be a lottery, and are all of the students in the home school divisions that are partnering with you eligible to participate in that lottery?
So all are eligible to apply to the program. For students who are interested in being considered for admission to the HEALS program, there's an application process. Then those applications that we receive will go into the lottery, and students that the 50 for each cohort each year would be selected from that lottery system.
So, but is there a selection process before they go into the lottery?
So any student, and that's why we believe, and actually not part of our HEALS program, but our school divisions have created other exploratory opportunities for students to start to learn about healthcare, to give them an idea, is healthcare what they really want to go into? And that's part of what I spoke to in terms of us hosting the 300 ninth grade students, is just trying to provide opportunities for all students to be able to come and see, what does healthcare look like? But so all students are encouraged to apply if they have an interest in pursuing healthcare. And then they submit their application, and then the applications that are received are the ones that will then be used as the lottery system for admission.
And then after the lottery, you're going to basically the students who, yes. So basically there's not a screening process other than the lottery.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Are there other questions from board members? Mr. Rotherham?
Just a comment. I said this to you when you were before the lab committee. I'll say, I think this is exciting. It's a huge need with the healthcare. I mean, one of the exciting things about this, so we've got coding and different kinds of things, but you're the first one we're putting through that's really focused like on this, on healthcare, and obviously a huge need. It's a sustainable job for people. And so it's just really, it's exciting to see this innovation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hanson, did you have anything you wanted to add before we, okay. Anybody else have questions or comments here? Once again, we thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Appreciate it. Just so that we're aware, Dr. Armstrong, I don't know if you're going to go through it, but the presentations are today, and then the board will have our votes tomorrow on these 6 schools we have in front of us today. And just a reminder to our board members that I would encourage all questions to be use this time as your questioning time, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. We would now like to present the George Mason University Accelerated College and Employability Skills, also known as Access Academy application. The VDOE received this application on February 29th, 2024, and in the intervening weeks prior to and subsequent submission, the agency has collaborated with the applicant as follows. George Mason and VDOE staff collaborated in technical assistance calls during the week of August 29th, 2023, January 10th, 2024, February 2nd, and March 14th of 2024. A budget review meeting was held on March 26th among GMU, VDOE, and the Governor's Transformation Office. The applicant was responsive to subject matter expert feedback and questions and provided edits to their application and addendums as required to meet compliance. Once it was established that the applicant had provided satisfactory responses to the VDOE, the GMU Access Academy application was placed on the agenda for standing committee review on April 11, 2024. The Access team presented to the standing committee, responded to questions of the committee, and the standing committee unanimously approved first and final review of the Access application to be forwarded for consideration by the BOE contingent upon responsiveness by George Mason to provision of the following: additional information related to achievement of sustainability, letters of financial support and or commitments from partners named in the application, and additional details related to the lab school strategy to ensure enrollment is open to all students, and details related to school meal availability. The standing committee directed VDOE staff to post the Access application for the 10-day public comment period on April 11th, and it remained available until April 25th. As of today, no comments have been received. Joining us today on behalf of the GMU Access Academy Lab School are Dr. Ingrid Guerra Lopez, Dean of GMU's College of Education and Human Development, and Ms. Heather Longus, Research Administration Manager for GMU's College of Education and Human Development. And they are also joined by several colleagues and supporters of the lab school and their K-12 partners. Upon completion of my report, I will invite Dr. Guerra Lopez to provide a brief overview of their proposal and introduce other special guests representing the Access Academy, several of whom are online today, as you can see. The application proposes for GMU to begin a lab school in collaboration and partnership with Northern Virginia Community College and Loudoun County Public Schools. The proposed lab school, the Access Academy, is an innovative interdisciplinary lab school model that focuses on providing career exposure to students through real-world problem solving in collaboration with higher education professionals, pre-service college students, and industry experts. Students remain enrolled in their home school division while being provided with several options to engage in career exploration, including dual enrollment opportunities at Nova Community College. They will be introduced to project-based learning, employability skills, and IT career talks in grades 9 through 10, and then provided with dual enrollment core curriculum coursework and specialized problem-based learning IT coursework and experiential learning activities in grades 11 and 12. Instruction will be administered in a hands-on environment and includes simultaneous teaching by Loudoun County Public Schools staff, GMU faculty and pre-service students, Nova Community College faculty, and industry experts. The lab school would address multiple desirable outcomes for students, future teachers, and regional schools with hiring needs, including students engaging in high-level application of real-world problem solving while working closely with a team of experts from both industry and higher ed partners. The Access Academy will provide a space for innovation where educators, industry, and pre-service professionals can explore best practices in teaching and learning, and students will engage in coursework aligned with personal interests and regional market demand, industry, and business, streamlining the pipeline for high-wage, high-skill, high-demand employment in the region served by the lab school. On behalf of the VDOE, I submit that the GMU Access Academy Lab School is compliant and ready to implement, and I recommend to the board that lab school be approved at tomorrow's business meeting and subsequently begin the contract approval process. And again, here to share more about Access, I am joined today by Dr. Guerra Lopez and Ms. Longus, who will provide additional information, introduce any additional guests on behalf of the lab school, and answer questions from the board. Dr. Guerra Lopez.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for the opportunity on behalf of our partners to present our Accelerated College and Employability Skills Academy. As you can see, our mission is really twofold. It's to provide innovative pathways, not only to high demand, well-compensated careers, but also to help our students complete a 2- and 4-year degree, which is still important for maximizing their earning potential throughout a lifetime. The vision is really to prepare adaptable lifelong learners that work collaboratively and creatively to solve complex problems. We know that technologies are going to change. We know that the nature of work is going to evolve. And we also know that the workers and workplace will evolve. So we want to provide them with a set of skills that they can use regardless of the kinds of problems and regardless of the kinds of settings. Our instructional model, as you can see here, has several elements. Because of the adaptability of our vision and the skill sets that we want to prepare our students to develop over the program, problem-based learning is a fundamental construct here. And so what we can see is a progression of interventions beginning in the freshman year with technical assistance provided to ensure that there's an integration of employability skills, but also the problem-based approach in teaching and instruction, as well as the curriculum. Professional development for our teachers to ensure that they're also competent in problem-based learning approaches, and the integration of career talks from our industry partners in terms of information technology careers. What we'll see is that there's a progression in the junior and senior year for dual enrollment courses, a possibility of up to 30 credit hours to be completed by their senior year if they start in the junior year. We do also have an on-ramp for senior year. We know that some students may not really consider what happens after high school up until their senior year. So we want to make sure that there's also an option for them. It would be preceded by a bridge program to make sure that they're introduced to the fundamentals of problem-based learning and employability skills. You also see that there are quite a number of wraparound services that are provided both through Nova and Mason, particularly to reduce the financial and administrative burden associated with admission processes related to these two institutions. There'll also be an immersive Fuse research experience with working side by side with industry partners and researchers, as well as internship opportunities, junior year unpaid, senior year on-the-job paid internship. Dual enrollment, of course, will be covered through the Loudoun County and Nova agreements. Really, it's a comprehensive near-peer mentoring, hands-on experience for our students. What we're really looking to create here is a full ecosystem that really crosses across the education and workplace. So we have a very strong relationship with the industry partners who are going to be contributing in a number of different ways, not just financially really, but also providing the authentic problems and case studies that will be used as a foundation for the instructional materials, providing internships, mentorship, site visits, and presentations. We're also working within the institutions across different disciplines. So our education faculty working closely with computing and IT faculty, ensuring that we're applying the latest research and innovations in our instructional strategies, but also in the content areas. And finally, again, working very closely in the learning ecosystem with all of our institutional partners, providing dual enrollment and all of the wraparound services I mentioned in the prior slide. Oops. Our budget summary and sustainability, you can see here that over the 6-year period of performance, the cost of the last school is estimated to be about $5.2 million, with $1 million of startup and $3.36 of projected operating revenue during year 0 through 4, for a total of $4.36 million requested from the Virginia Department of Education. The operating revenue in years 1 through 5 are based on the $7,000 per student amount for 120 students, and that's approximately $840,000 per year. George Mason will be providing in-kind support during years 1 and 5, and will continue to work on securing philanthropic gifts and grants proposed through year 5 and beyond. One of the things to mention also is that sustainability, in addition to the financial piece, there are other really important aspects of that. And for us, the close engagement, effective engagement across all partners will be really important. We're also making program monitoring and evaluation an important aspect of this because the data that we collect will be really important in establishing what works, what doesn't, for whom and under what conditions. So we do have an eye out for replicability and scalability, and so the data will be really important. Partners like Google are also very important in the data, and so they've committed resources already toward a potential evaluation framework here. And of course, we know diversified funding strategy will be really important. We do have a group of alumni and fundraising professionals that are standing by to help ensure that we're able to generate the funds necessary. Again, ongoing professional development for educators and also engaging the community. Sharing the successes of our students and their families will be also a really important part of ensuring that the sustainability and the demand for the lab school continues on. Our outcomes here, as you can see, we've divided into short-term, midterm, and long-term outcomes. Ultimately, we're looking for Access Academy graduates to earn 2- and 4-year degrees to ensure that employers are satisfied and can definitely say that they're well prepared to succeed in those careers. And ultimately enhance the graduate's ability to increase their earning potential over a lifetime. Some of the very useful feedback that the committee shared with us a couple of weeks ago during the presentation, including additional information on sustainability. I think I covered some of that in the prior slide on the budget. But in addition to that, I will point out that we have 135 members working across the university for fundraising and philanthropic gifts. Our College of Education and Human Development has also increased significantly its performance in terms of fundraising and corporate gifts. Most notably, our Vista project. This was a statewide partnership among 60 Virginia school districts, 6 Virginia universities, and the Department of Education. We were funded for 5 years, $34 million grant, and we were able to meet the $5.7 million private sector matching. In terms of letters of support, we have provided 6 additional letters, including letters from Google and Microsoft. In terms of the enrollment clarity, again, this is definitely open to all students in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We will work with our partners at Loudoun County schools to conduct extensive outreach, including additional measures to ensure that all families are aware, and for families who've historically been underrepresented in these kinds of programs. Strategies are going to include presentations to advisory committees, special education advisory committee, minority student achievement advisory committees, and many others. Additional information and details is provided in the application. Another area of information that was requested is more details on meals. So we will continue to use what Loudoun County Public Schools does already, which is to provide meals to students to prepare them at a local high school that's near the location and deliver the meals to our students. When they're at the Fuse campus, students will receive meals provided by Mason. And again, more details are provided in the application. So with that, I thank you for your attention. I'd like to introduce some of the members of our team online. If we could have our Loudoun County Public Schools partners introduce themselves. Dr. Spencer? Dr. Spence?
Yes, good afternoon. Aaron Spence, Superintendent, Loudoun County Public Schools, and very excited to be able to be here with you today and have this discussion about partnership with our good friends over at George Mason and whoever.
And Dr. Smith?
Good afternoon, Daniel Smith. I'm Chief of Staff from Loudoun County Public Schools. Just echo what Dr. Spence said. It's been great to partner with George Mason and Nova Community College on this idea, and it's great to see it start to come to fruition. So thank you.
And I believe from Nova Community College, we have Kristen Carter.
Hi there, my name's Carter, Associate Director of Dual Enrollment here at Northern Virginia Community College. Thank you for your time. We're allowing us on your agenda today. They're really excited for this partnership collaboration moving forward, and we appreciate the consideration. So thank you.
And here with us, Dr. Kim Daly, who is our expert in problem-based learning.
Hi, thanks for having me.
And with that, thanks again, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Dr. Northern.
So I just want to understand your mission a little bit better. I've heard a lot about problem-based learning. I've heard a little bit about employability skills. I've heard a little bit about IT. I mean, can you just more crisply articulate the mission of this collaboration? Because I feel like I'm not quite understanding. I'm just hearing different things and I don't have it clear in my head what the ultimate goal is for the students.
Happy to do so. What we'd like for, especially for students who've traditionally not only not been able to complete a college education or maybe not been able to afford a college education, but also in some instances can't afford to not work instead, right? So what we'd like to do is start to develop their skill sets, skills that are in demand by employers, critical thinking, collaboration, along with some of the high demand tech skills, so that we start preparing them for the workforce, but not to say, well, you can go this route, but not the college route. We still want to help them continue on through a full 2 or 4 year degree, but at the same time, make them more marketable and more employable. In some cases, the internship may be enough for them to be offered a job, but still they need the 2 or 4 year degree to be able to progress fully in that career track. So that's what we would like to do, is make sure that they can follow both and not leave out the folks who can't go to college because they have to work and help sustain their own families or themselves.
So it's not an IT focused program. Am I right on that?
So we're starting with an IT focus. This is all focused on information technology careers. And the idea would be that if this model works, we could replicate it with other high demand, high compensated careers such as healthcare or teaching.
Okay. That's helpful. I guess in the instructional model, my only, I don't know if I'd call it a critique or not, or just a suggestion, is it seems like the first 2 years are really heavy on the skills. And the last 2 years, you start, at least from this little diagram, it gets a little bit more of the content around IT. It would be nice. I think kids at a freshman, sophomore year are also able to handle the content. And I know that there's, content and skills obviously are married, they go together.
Right.
We don't just do skills absent any content. So just the marriage of that content and skills is something that I think would even be stronger as to be reflected in the freshman and sophomore year curriculum as well.
Thank you. Happy to look into that. And I think that the emphasis was primarily in ensuring that they would meet their high school degree requirements. But that's a very good suggestion, and we're happy to consider that in the planning.
Further questions? Ms. Holton.
Just a comment. Hi, Dean. Great
Hi,
to see you.
good to see
I'll
you.
just, as you probably anticipate, I'll be recusing on this matter. Thus, I have no questions.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments, Mr. Rotherham?
Just a comment again on behalf of the committee. Thank you all so much. I want to thank Loudon, thank Northern Virginia Community College, and thank George Mason for your leadership on this. It's exciting to see a lab school in this part of the Commonwealth. It's going to provide a great opportunity for kids, and just very grateful to you all for stepping up in the way you did.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for your time.
I don't want to do this, but can we take a 5-minute break, please, so that we can use the restroom? Thank you. Dr. Armstrong, please take it away. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam
That's
President.
Great.
No, thank you. I am excited to now introduce the applicant from Roanoke College, the Explore at RC Lab School application. The VDOE received the Roanoke College Explore at RC Lab School application on February 2nd, 2024. In the intervening weeks prior to and subsequent submission, the agency has collaborated with the applicant as follows. We have held technical assistance calls on February 26, 2024. To discuss subject matter feedback with the Roanoke College team. A revised application was submitted to the VDOE on March 8th. We provided an additional round of subject matter feedback on March 18th. Another technical assistance call was held on March 21st, and a meeting was held to discuss budget and sustainability in conjunction with the VDOE applicants in the Governor's Transformation Office on March 26th. The applicant was responsive to subject matter expert feedback and questions and provided edits to their application and addendums as required to meet compliance. The Explore at RC team presented to the Standing Committee on April 11th, responded to questions of the committee, and the Standing Committee unanimously approved first and final review of the Explore at RC application to be forwarded for your consideration today, contingent upon responsiveness by Roanoke College to provision of the following. Additional information related to sustainability, including fundraising and local contribution, and additional letters of financial support or commitments from potential funding partners, and or a letter of support from Roanoke College detailing commitment to ongoing and enduring support for the Explore at RC Lab School. The Standing Committee directed VDOE staff to post the Explore at RC application for the 10-day public comment period on April 11th, and it remains available until April 25th. As of today, no comments have been received. Joining us today on behalf of the Roanoke Explore at RC Lab School proposal are Dr. Lisa Stoneman, Associate Professor at Roanoke College, and Ms. Natasha Watts, the Executive Director of Explore at RC, and they are joined by several colleagues and supporters of the lab school and its K-12 partners. Upon completion of my report, I will invite Dr. Stoneman and Ms. Watts to provide a brief overview of their proposal and to introduce other special guests representing Explore at RC. The application proposes for Roanoke College to begin a lab school in collaboration and partnership with Salem City Public Schools. This proposed lab school is an innovative interdisciplinary lab school model that focuses on providing career exposure to students through real-world problem solving in collaboration with higher education professionals, pre-service college students, and industry experts. Students will remain enrolled in their home school division and engage in dual enrollment opportunities on the Roanoke College campus in grades 10 through 12. Students will take 2 courses per semester, 4 per academic year, and in grade 12, one of these courses will be a work-based capstone course that will be aligned with the student's career pathway, which could include STEM and healthcare, education, global studies, or communications and civic engagement. The lab school would address multiple desirable outcomes for students, future teachers, and regional schools with hiring needs, including the following. Students will engage in high-level application of real-world problem solving while working closely with a team of experts from both industry and higher education partners. Roanoke College's lab school provides a space for innovation where educators, industry, and pre-service professionals can explore best practices in teaching and learning, and students will engage in coursework aligned with personal interest in regional market, demand, industry, and business, streamlining that pipeline for high-wage, high-skill, high-demand employment in the regions served by the lab school. On behalf of the VDOE, I submit that the Roanoke College Explore at RC Lab School is compliant and ready to implement, and I recommend to the board that the lab school be approved at tomorrow's business meeting and subsequently begin the contract approval process. Here to share more about Explore at RC, I am again joined by Dr. Stoneman and Ms. Watts, who will provide additional information, introduce any other guests on behalf of the lab school, and answer any questions from the board. Dr. Stoneman, Ms. Watts.
So I'm Dr. Natasha Watts. I'm the Executive Director of the lab school. Online with me, I have Heather Johnson, who is our grant specialist at the college. And from Salem City Schools, I have Jennifer Dean. We did have another assistant superintendent from Salem, Jamie Soltis, but he had to hop off. It's a busy time of the year. So I'm going to go pretty quick, and then Lisa's going to get up, and then Heather's going to speak a little as well. So our mission really is just to empower students to thrive and to reach their full potential. And our vision is sort of intellectually engaging them through their fields of interest with hands-on experience. So our instructional model is it's an immersive experience. Students will come to campus and spend half of their day with us and be fully engaged in the Roanoke College sort of life. We have very much guided pathways that are connected to workforce needs across the Commonwealth. We are going to be doing all problem-based learning in all of our courses. And following the Roanoke College model, we're going to do inquiry-based learning as well. Our capstone experience is going to culminate at the end. We are looking at having cohorts, and it's really important because we're going to do a portfolio assessment throughout their time to sort of measure and understand what's happening. But at the end of the inquiry base and the capstone, they're going to have a real hands-on experience. They're going to work with community partners, and we have a list of those as well on the screen that Lisa will talk about. So I kind of went really quick through there, but that is kind of our instructional model, and it is dual enrollment for our students as well.
Again, I'm Lisa Stoneman, and I'm also the chair of the education department. I want to talk a little bit about pathways, and I think I need to go to the next slide. It's actually a combo of these two, but our STEM, healthcare, education, global studies, and communication civic engagement pathways align with our region's workforce needs. So while also offering students the variety of courses they'll engage in, they are hopefully engaged enough to pursue a higher ed degree once they leave our dual enrollment program. For their senior year capstone that Natasha mentioned, students will immerse in a field related to their pathway, working each week with one of our 15 longtime community partners. The capstone will culminate with an alternative spring break experience where students travel as a cohort to rural Southwest Virginia and put their skills to use alongside members of the local community. We're thrilled that Salem City Schools came to us initially with this idea to collaborate on a lab school over a year ago, obviously, because that's when we got our planning grant. And we've been able to work with them really consistently and tightly over this last year. So in that collaboration, we've managed to select courses alongside them. Everything has been really collaborative. And I'll leave time for Jennifer Dean, our assistant superintendent, to say a little bit about that at the end. But we've selected courses, mapped those courses, tried to make sure that we were offering something that was innovative and additional to what their core courses they're already getting at their home schools. So we also have worked closely with the school system on scheduling, on transportation, and the other key details that make this possible for us to have them in a morning session and send them back to their school for the afternoon. We're excited to deepen that partnership as we launch in the fall. Building on what we've learned in this planning year, we're now accelerating the on-ramp to partnering with other school districts in the Roanoke Valley. And I'm going to hand over to Heather, who is my co-grant lead and our grants director at Roanoke College.
All right, can you hear me? All right, perfect. I wanted to make sure the connection was strong enough before I jumped in. So I'm Heather Johnson, Director of Grants and Foundations here at Roanoke College, and we as a college are so excited about the possibility of the new students that we're going to be able to serve through Explorer RC, and we are committed to the long-term viability and sustainability of this program. Part of the way that we're approaching sustainability is by scaling our enrollment target to meet the size and capacity of our small institution to ensure that we can truly sustain Explorer RC beyond the initial grant funds provided. Our request to the BPOE totals $3.572 million, which includes the $1 million in startup funds, and per pupil costs each year average between $6,000 and $7,000. And by year 5, the program will be sustained by a variety of sources, with projected revenue in year 5 exceeding expenses by approximately $300,000. So we're really excited about the plan that we put together for that. Next slide shows our financial sustainability plan in a little bit more detail. Some of the items that we've addressed that came from the standing committee today. Our diverse revenue stream that will on-ramp over the course of all 5 years and not just starting year 5 include a local cost share with the participating school district, a $1 million endowment that we'll explain in just a minute, an individual donor support and grants. To address the standing committee's excellent point, have now included as supplemental to our application, a revised letter of support from our president of the college that just said that we are really committed to seeking and securing the funds needed to make sure that this is sustainable in year 5 and beyond. A letter of support for our Board of Trustees chair, a document that details the college's historical fundraising track record, including the successful completion of a $200 million capital and adoption campaign in recent years. And we also detailed a 5-year strategy to grow a $1 million endowment for Explore RC exclusively, and a 5-year approach to private, state, local, and federal grant seeking with the assistance of an in-kind consultant that we've already retained and has already started to work with us to help spearhead our work. Thank you, Heather.
In the first year of Explore RC, we estimate 40 enrolled students, and by year 5, we plan to serve 150. At the end of each year, Explore at RC students will have accrued 4 college units for a maximum of 12 college units or Roanoke College credits upon high school graduation. We're very excited about the pairing of the dual enrollment offerings with the curricular pathways and career opportunities for our region's needs. Our ultimate goal is to increase learning opportunities for students in the Roanoke Valley and the entire Commonwealth. Thank you so much for allowing us to present today. And I would like to turn it over to Jennifer Dean, our Salem partner, for any comments she may have.
We are really fortunate to have Roanoke College and really look forward to deepening our partnership with Roanoke College on Explore at RC, really expanding our opportunities to have college credit and college experience to a larger pool of our students, along with the workforce connection that's part of our strategic goals. A division our size really does rely on a lot of our partnerships to expand opportunities for even more students. So this really allows us to do this. This past year, collaborating with Roanoke College has truly been a partnership. We've really worked to map our standards, the standards to the courses at Roanoke College, really working on schedules, key details, a lot of transportation, all the small details to make sure that we can still serve students both ways along with the college. So again, very fortunate to have them here in our backyard.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, at this time, are there any questions from board members? Mr. Sturdivant?
What grade level?
We're serving 10, 11, and 12.
What courses?
We have the list of courses appears in our big application, but we have a diverse group of courses that fit into each one of those pathways. One of those courses is chemistry and crime, for instance, for a science course. We also have communications 101, principles of education. There's a biology course, exploring biology, that starts at a gen ed perspective. So they'll be able to get gen ed courses as well as dive into a major. Some of those courses are entry-level major courses, some are gen ed.
So it's a 3-year plan when they start as a sophomore?
It is. If they can pick up 2 courses each semester, because they're only with us in the morning. So they get 2 courses in the morning, then they go back to their home school in the afternoon. They do that for 1 semester. They come a second semester, so they end with 4 courses for the year. And then if they do that over 3 years, that's where the 12 units comes from.
Similar to a governor school?
Similar to a governor's school, but not restrictive to, enrollment. So they can come to us when they want to come to us and not have an impediment that's in their way.
What's the criteria to get in as far as the students?
They have to apply.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Any other questions? Dr. Siebert.
It is great to see friends from home, and hello, Jennifer. Good to see everyone. Having retired after a 30-year career, very blessed career in Salem City Schools, I am a participant in a retiree program offered by Salem City Schools, so I'll recuse myself from the vote tomorrow.
Dr. Northern?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So the 3 career paths are education, STEM healthcare, communications. I see
Correct.
civic engagement, which isn't the same thing as communications. I was just curious about that for one.
We dual posted those because we don't want to track students too technically as they're coming in as 10th graders potentially. So we want Explore to really be an exploration of what they involve themselves in. Communications, civic engagement follows along the path of one of the schools that we're actually moving into at Roanoke College next year. So we're reorganizing our hierarchy of the way we're consisted. So that followed the path of one of those schools.
So they'll be able to take courses in all three of those areas? Is that what you're saying?
They would be able to choose among all three of those areas, and they can cross over. So they are not strictly, we don't have to choose in 10th grade. I definitely want to go to STEM healthcare and I have to stay there. There's movement available to them.
Okay. So again, I just had the same comment. You know, I feel like I'm seeing a lot about problem-based learning, a lot of inquiry-based, a lot of hands-on, yada. I mean, all these things are important, but just in terms of the presentation, I do think that the content could have been a little bit more clearly focused. It's so important to me to see the content and the skills matched, because for so many years in education, we've taught skills without any content in a vacuum, like, you know, find the main idea and all this stuff. And anyway, that might be a little bit of my soapbox, but it's what I often look for in a proposal is it marrying skills and content together, not one or the other. So the more that they can be integrated is a strength for me.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Ms. Holton?
Thank you all for your good hard work on collaborating across systems. I know it's complicated and appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and thank you for your proposal today. I do understand that the committee had questions about financial sustainability and approved the application through essentially an accelerated process, leaving those questions to us. And I do hear that you've added some extra information, but some of what you've added, I can't find. So you I see the letter from the Roanoke College president in our materials, and I see the letter from the Salem superintendent, but I don't see the letter from the Board of Trustees. I don't see, and the strategic plan or the 5-year strategy, we don't have that. Or if we do, I haven't found it. So perhaps Dr. Armstrong can speak to that. But
yes, we were told that was passed on. So
yeah. Andy, do we have that somewhere and I'm just not seeing it?
We do have it, and I apologize sometimes with the timelines of the agenda setting and the application falling into your inbox. There may have been a lag on that. They've been working on a pretty compressed timeline to get all this to us. I can make sure that that's in front of you before tomorrow. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And then without seeing that, I still have some questions on the financial sustainability. So it may be that it's all answered in the documents, but all or virtually all of the other lab school applications that have come to us have had a commitment from a local school partner. And I see a Salem letter of enthusiasm, but I don't see any reference to any money. I don't see any reference to any financial commitment from Salem or other local school divisions. And frankly, everything else, if you can go back to your chart about the money chart, you know, everything else on that money chart is pretty ephemeral unless I'm missing something. But, you know, philanthropic funding is a great aspirational thing to do that on a sustained basis, you know, grants, higher ed grants, grants from private and federal foundations. Those are 1-time or 2-time money, but you know, maybe 3 years if you're lucky. But sustainable funding, all the other applications that I've paid enough attention to know involved some commitment of funds from a local school division. Have you got that? And if you can, you know, clarify that for me. And if you haven't got that, how's this going to work without that?
Let me clarify one of the things that the school system is putting forward is transportation. So they're bringing their students to and from. They're also committing the same amount of money they spend to send students to the academy, which is a program that's locally run. So
they are committing funds.
Yes, it's just a small amount of funding per student. I'll let Jennifer talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's not in our letter. So I would love to hear that. That would help.
She's muted. You're muted, Jennifer.
Can you hear us, Jennifer?
I'm so sorry, I can. Be asked by.
Yeah, she's.
I think she couldn't hear the question that was asked. Can you?
Sure. The sustainability and committed funds, we talked about transportation and the funding, the $43 per student that goes to the academy.
Yes, the commitment. So it's what I'm here to ask for is if you want a letter to represent what the commitment is on the school division for that part of the funding, to say the transportation, the counselor piece, the helping with making sure that commitment, like we have to the academy, is there as well.
So it's not so much that we need the letter is less important than the commitment. So can you tell us what Salem's financial commitment to this program is?
So it's the sustainability of keeping our the transportation component for transporting the students along with the fees that we would need to pay towards offsetting any of those costs or the costs or the components that we have talked about.
So I'm sorry, but I'm not, so, I mean, basically, we're looking at a financial proposal here that's got the state lab school money paying for 90% of the cost of this program up through year 4. And then starting in year 5, there's $1 million or so cost that that we're not, it's a hole in the budget. And so, as I say, in the other school divisions, the other applications, we've seen a commitment where the school division was going to help plug that hole. Does Salem have a commitment? And what, I think I heard you say $40 a student. That's not, well, we're talking, I think the chart is $6,000 per student per year. So,
well, we also have, and I'll let Heather speak to this. She's our advancement person, or has been, the $1 million endowment that we're seeking through some pretty aggressive means will help provide that funding to offset what we'll be taking over as those years progress.
well, $1 million endowment could generate something like $50,000 to $60,000 a year once you're successful in that endowment. So you're still,
but that's in
facing
addition,
hundreds of thousands of dollars a year gap.
that's in addition to the things we're doing to sustain up to that. We're not looking to go to year 4 and then begin fundraising. We're beginning now. So there is an effort already in progress. We're already in the middle of our endowment build. Heather, can I ask you to speak to that?
I'm grateful for that. As I say, the other successful applications that we've seen come through all had some, I think all had some significant local school commitment, because that's the sustainable long-term funding. And I'm not clear yet whether you have that.
So I want to speak to 2 things. In our budget, the noted amount is listed that they already pay for it's with Virginia Western that they pay the 43 for the academy. So that is noted in our budget. One thing we didn't want to do is take funds from the school at the current time, and that was delegated by them. What we're trying to do is sort of build our structure and then go upwards so that we can be completely self-sustaining. And we've already started the fundraising process. Taking notes from our first presentation, what we don't want to do is say, hey, we're getting money from here and here, because they're not committed yet indirectly. But what we can say is we're absolutely going to aggressively go after these, and we're already going aggressively after these. Our project is really to keep the homeschool division's finances intact as much as possible, because we all know public schools are stressing over funds, and we don't want to take from that, which is why the $43 is what we committed ourselves to, and that Salem committed themselves to, because they know they can afford that amount, correct? So we're not saying that that's not possible, but at this time, we aren't going to take from the school divisions at this time. That might progress on, but what we can commit to is what we put forward, which is we're aggressively seeking funds. They've committed the 43 per pupil. They're doing transport, they're doing food, all of those things. And so to kind of go backwards, that's kind of what's laid out. And it is in our budget, and it is noted that they've committed that amount. Now, we didn't tease that out, but that has been inside that budget all along. So I don't know if that helps answer some of those questions a little more fluidly, but that is sort of why our structure looks the way it does. Is, Salem came to us, we took direction from them. And part of that conversation was, we want to keep the financial model they have currently as intact as possible going forward. That's not to say that they might not invest down the road, but what we do know we can do is aggressively fundraise, and we're successful at it, which is why we presented a history of that. And Heather can speak more to that if you would like, but those are the things that we can assure without doubt we will do. Go to these organizations and ask for money, 5 a year, whatever. We cannot commit to who those are because funding is where it is. We also can't commit to who the private donors are at this time because that is not official. So what we are committing to you today is we're going to do these things. They're committed, they're 43, which is that we know that the school system can afford, and that's where we're going forward. But it is noted in our budget that they've committed that amount.
Thank you. I'll look forward to seeing those additional documents, and maybe that'll help answer some of my questions.
Mr. Rotherham?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, first of all, do you want to speak a little bit more to that? I feel like we may have truncated the question.
Just to the fact that we also, Roanoke College has a fair amount of in-kind contribution coming forward with adding on to a sustainable learning center to support these students academically. So we'll have academic coaches. Those are coming from our faculty are serving these students. Our buildings are serving these students. We're bringing them on campus for all of these opportunities. So Roanoke College has put forward that in-kind contribution as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of confusion. First of all, so for board members, on tomorrow's business agenda, you will see the lab committee's report to the full board. You will see the full applications with the Attorney General's certification and so forth. That's all there. And then these presentations, what's on our work session agenda today is just a presentation. So you're like, I forget, I think yours is like 4 or 5 slides and it's like, well, is that it? Well, no, that's not it. So first of all, like there's more, particularly on this, page 12 of the application lays it out. There's been some confusion about this, and at the lab committee meeting, there was some suggestion that you all were maybe like misrepresenting and so forth. I think that's absolutely not the case. I applaud you for your transparency, and board members should look at that and decide, are you comfortable with, given the track record on fundraising that Roanoke College has, what they're trying to do here? This, what we're required to make sure, is there a plan for sustainability? It's not as specific. It has to be, are we comfortable that there's a plan for sustainability that seems plausible, responsible, and so forth? And I would remind everybody, we're talking 5 years out on these timelines. And I mean, you can have like, a 5-year grant and then it can get clawed back because, let's obviously hope not, but we have a recession or funders change priorities and so forth. So there's just always a little bit of risk in this. You have to look, are you comfortable with their ability to build and hustle around this, the commitment from other partners and so forth? The committee was, which is why this has been advanced.
If I may just briefly, I had no questions about
Ms.
this
Holton?
representation.
I apologize. I did not mean to apply that.
Okay.
That was the
My
conversation.
questions were simply is this sustainable?
Of course.
Because you've got a great idea, but sustainability is one of the requirements of the applications.
And the college is already engaged the grant consultants. We've actually already met with those grant consultants, and they're also held to a stipulation that they can help us raise a certain amount of money. And I would also point to the $200 million campaign we just finished very successfully as part of something that you might want to pay attention to tomorrow if you're a little nervous about that position.
Yeah, and I want to be clear, I was referring to the discussion at the lab committee level, not the discussion we're having here. These are the right questions. I'm suggesting that if page 12 is where you can get them answered. And also, it sounds like Dr. Armstrong has some additional content for us.
Actually, Madam President.
Mr. Rotherham, you might be able to help me with this. Is there any requirement within the application process that a lab applicant is getting money directly from a local school division?
Dr. Armstrong, I think there's a requirement for a sustainability plan, and there's a
Right,
plan.
but I think-
As I said a minute ago, I don't think there are not specific requirements for what that needs to look like.
So my question was based on Ms. Holton's questioning about Salem's financial commitment. I just wanted to be clear that there is no requirement that a lab school have funding from a local school division.
That's correct. There is no
Thank you.
requirement.
Yeah, my comment was strictly that has been the sustainable, the best evidence of sustainability in all or most of the other applications we've seen.
It should have been framed that
However,
way then.
that does not mean that this one can't be sustainable without that. but it does mean we have a greater responsibility to understand the alternative sustainable sources. And I guess I do have one final question.
Mr. Hanson would like to speak.
Apologize. Audio for some of you is better than others. So it's bad. I just want to make sure that we keep in mind this. We went through this committee significantly. I think the track record of the district and the partnerships is commendable. There's a long-standing proof of capacity, capability, fundraising, and partnership development, plans and things that they talked about going after the fundraising they have here. It's a challenge to go out and do this, with paperwork, if you will, not having a plan yet. So I just want to make sure that results and shifts and this felt very about and then a lot of confidence here in this one.
Mr. Rotherham?
Well, I think Ms. Holton wanted to, and then I'll.
Okay, Ms. Holton?
I'm going to wait and look forward to seeing the documents and may have additional thoughts, not questions, because I realize we won't have that opportunity tomorrow, but thoughts once I see the documents that we haven't yet seen. Thanks.
Mr. Rotherham?
I just want to open the aperture just a little bit here, which is, earlier, Dr. Northern, we were talking about different pedagogical strategies. Now we're talking about sustainability. What these things have in common, our role at the committee level, and I would suggest our role at the board level is there a bar and is it being cleared? We have approved lab schools that have pedagogical strategies that do I think that's the optimal thing, or would it be the thing I would necessarily want for my own child? Maybe not, but that's not what we're doing here. We're creating options. We're beginning the process of decentralizing control over some of these things, giving parents more choices, more pathways for kids. It's the same thing here. There is not a set that the funding strategy has to look the same way, and that because a lab school that we just saw in Northern Virginia, they're able to access corporate money and corporate partners up there is exactly the same thing they should do down in Roanoke and Salem. Is it plausible? Does it meet? And I think that's every board member's gonna have to decide for themselves, but that we should make sure that we're clear on what the standards are here that we're deciding. I think this school, is you guys have an ambitious strategy, but you have a track record that indicates that you should be able to execute on it, and you'll be accountable for doing so. So there's a reason the committee moved you forward with the full support of Mr. Hanson and myself.
Thank you for your
Other
comments.
questions?
Mr. Sturtevant?
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
as Mr. Hanson talked about, listening to your presentation, Roanoke.
Mr. Sturtevant, can you get this closer? Apparently,
Okay.
just difficulty hearing.
Okay. All of these programs, the lab schools offer opportunities. And I'm thankful that you all are presenting this opportunity for your students. Even though there are some questions, I know we'll have more clarity tomorrow. And I look forward to seeing that and look forward to the vote. So thank you for what you're doing, providing opportunities.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move on? Thank you. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam President. We will now move to the ODU Newport News Lab School application. The VDOE received the Old Dominion University Maritime Engineering and Environmental Studies Academy, also known as MESA, lab school application on February 2nd, 2024. In the intervening weeks prior to and subsequent submission, the agency has collaborated with the applicant as follows. Technical assistance calls were held between VDOE and ODU MESA on October 11th, November 8th, December 4th of 2023, and then again on January 8th, 2024. Following submission of their application, additional technical assistance calls were held on February 12th and March 14th of 2024. The first round of counseling from the VDOE subject matter expert review is provided to the applicants during the week of March 19th, and a technical assistance call was held on March 21st to discuss budget and sustainability among VDOE, ODU, and the Governor's Transformation Office. The applicant was responsive to subject matter expert feedback and questions and provided edits to their application and addendums as required to meet compliance. The ODU MESA team presented to the Standing Committee on April 11th, responded to questions of the committee, and the Standing Committee unanimously approved first and final review of the ODU MESA application to be forwarded for consideration by the BOE contingent upon responsiveness by ODU to the provision of one condition, which was updated financial and sustainability information. The Standing Committee directed VDOE staff to post the ODU MESA application for the 10-day public comment period on April 11th, and it remains available until April 25th. As of today, 2 comments were received supporting the ODU MESA application, and I will note one, which stated, quote, "First, you have to row a little boat. Strongly support the Newport News Public Schools Maritime and Environmental Academy. It's a perfect fit for this community and tremendous synergy between Newport News Public Schools, ODU, Newport News Shipbuilding, and other partners." Joining us today on behalf of the ODU MESA Lab School proposal are Dr. Karen Sanzo, Director of ODU's Brooks Crossing Innovation Lab, and Dr. Kip Rogers, Chief Academic Officer at Newport News Public Schools. And they are also joined by several colleagues and supporters of the Lab School and its K-12 partners. Upon completion of my report, I will invite Dr. Sanzo and Dr. Rogers to provide a brief overview of their proposal and to introduce other special guests representing ODU MESA. The application proposes for ODU to begin a lab school in collaboration and partnership with Newport News Public Schools. And this is an innovative interdisciplinary lab school that focuses on providing career exposure to students through real-world problem solving in collaboration with ODU, pre-service college students, and industry experts in the shipbuilding and maritime industry in Hampton Roads. Students will remain enrolled in their home school division and participate in specialized courses in half-day, year-long academic programs taking place at the ODU Brooks Crossing campus. MESA Lab School will use experiential learning strategies to prepare students for traditional and emerging careers in the maritime industry, and a focus will be given to preparing students for college programs designed to produce graduates ready for STEM careers in the maritime field and preparing students to promote innovation in coastal communities. The lab school would address multiple desirable outcomes for students, future teachers, and regional schools, including the engagement and high-level application of real-world problem solving, the coursework aligned with personal interests and the regional market demand, especially around the shipbuilding and maritime industry, and a space for innovation where educators, industry, and pre-service professionals will explore best practices in teaching and learning. On behalf of the VDOE, I submit that the Old Dominion University Maritime Engineering and Environmental Studies Academy Lab School is compliant and ready to implement, and I recommend to the board that the lab school be approved at tomorrow's business meeting and subsequently begin the contract approval process. To share more about ODU MESA, I am joined again by Dr. Sanzo and Dr. Rogers, who will provide additional information, introduce any additional guests on behalf of the lab school, and answer questions from the board. Dr. Sanzo, there you are.
Hi, good afternoon, President Creasy, Dr. Coons, and board members. I'm Karen Sanzo. I'm a professor in the Darden College of Education and Professional Studies at ODU and director of the Institute for Design Thinking and Leadership Development. As Andy said, I'm joined here by Dr. Kip Rogers and other colleagues that will introduce. And I have to say before I start that this is truly a team effort. And I have the pleasure and opportunity to introduce this, but this has really been a collaborative engagement from the very beginning. So we're happy to present the Maritime Engineering and Environmental Studies Academy, or MESA, an innovative collaborative initiative between Old Dominion University and Newport News Public Schools for your consideration. This lab school embodies an innovative teaching and learning environment centered on the maritime industry, engineering, and environmental studies. So this afternoon, we're providing a high-level overview of how MISA could be a cornerstone for academic excellence, experiential learning, and innovation in the support of maritime education. Our mission for MISA is multifaceted. It's to inspire future leaders in maritime engineering and environmental studies. And our vision is aspirational and focusing on being able to stand as a beacon of excellence in maritime and environmental education. MISA is a strategic response to a critical workforce need in our community. Data from Hanover Research and the Bureau of Labor Statistics points to 53,000 regional jobs in the transportation and shipbuilding sectors, with the workforce study in 2019 highlighting severe shortages in the area. For example, Newport News Shipbuilding is working to hire 30,000 skilled trade workers, and 3,000 skilled trade workers this year, and a total of 19,000 within the decade. By focusing on maritime engineering, coastal resilience, and digital supply chain, we're directly aligning with regional economic trends and job market demands. Our curriculum at MISA is diverse and cutting edge, including courses in engineering, ship repair, renewable energy, and cybersecurity, among others. These course options reflect the breadth of the maritime industry and the maritime and environmental challenges of our time. We also provide summer opportunities to extend learning beyond the traditional year. And we invite you to the Brooks Crossing Innovation Lab this summer to see those summer experiences underway that are open to anyone any student in Virginia. And we've had lots of students from the region already coming into the iLab being exposed to the facility there. We plan to also utilize guided learning, STEM integration, experiential learning to equip students with the skills needed for the high demand maritime industry jobs. Our instructional focus is on 11th and 12th graders, and so this is a half-day opportunity for the students, rooted in an integrated STEM approach, where students will engage in real-world problems to develop solutions that are as innovative as they are practical. So working with our maritime and industry professionals to give us real-world challenges that students will be able to ideate over and develop solutions to address those challenges. Through this approach, we're not only able to foster a deep understanding of maritime, engineering, and environmental subjects, but we're also able to instill in our students the 21st century skills necessary to succeed. They'll have opportunities to earn college credits with Old Dominion University. They're going to participate in work-based learning experiences. They'll have an internship opportunity their senior year, and also continually network with potential employers. The facility itself has Newport News Shipbuilding information offices on the top 3 floors, where we're on the 1st floor. And we also have the City of Newport News on half of the bottom floor with workforce development. So we're really integrated at the nexus of the work that's taking place right now. The proposal has been guided by ongoing conversations with partners, so including our division partner, Newport News Public Schools, the City of Newport News, who's represented here as well, and the Newport News Economic Development Authority, as well as our regional maritime business and industry partners, some of whom you see listed here, as well as others around the area. And those partners and letters of support are also included in our application packet. As I mentioned, our school will be positioned at the Brooks Crossing Innovation Lab, and that sits at the nexus of our regional maritime industry. And as I mentioned, Newport News Shipbuilding, HII, is located there, quick access to ports and other maritime and coastal partners. We're also collaborating with the Hampton Roads Workforce Council and ODU's Maritime Team and Advisory Board, along with the Darden College of Educational Professional Studies, to ensure that we're aligning with regional and college and college maritime priorities. So our funding model presented here includes our 4-year grant-funded request paired with the start of our sustainable non-state funded year 5. Our institution, along with Newport News Public Schools, has already made significant human resource commitments, as well as space commitments, time and equipment with resources. And so we feel that our proposal is well positioned to easily transition to a fully sustainable model, given our financial projections and work that we have already focused on with sustainability. ODU itself has a strong history of sustainability of initiatives. Our sustainability plan has already started with commitments from both Newport News Public Schools and Old Dominion University. At the institution, we have the support of multiple offices within ODU that have already committed resources. We have project staff that are proactively developing relationships with the communities local to the lab school. As I mentioned, we're partnering with the City of Newport News as well as the Newport News Economic Development Authority as well to look at additional funding sources. And so leveraging our research and our model has a strong research focus as well to demonstrate our innovations. We want to continue to move into our self-funded years and continue to pursue grants as well. Our educator prep program, which is deeply integrated into the lab school as well, has over a decade of ongoing grant funding to support educator development, and we'll continue to leverage that work. The Innovation Lab has already received grant funding as a part of the Institute for Advanced Learning and Research, working with the Hampton Roads Workforce Council, with Blue Forge and their submarine industrial base funding to bring the GoTech, the greater opportunities for technology and emerging careers. So we have that lab, the demo lab, positioned at Brooks Crossing already through grant funding to support our students. We continue to also explore other funding avenues, and we're working with partners such as the ODU Supply Chain Logistics and Maritime Operations Advisory Council to develop innovative fundraising approaches to support school efforts. And our partners have already committed funding for the teachers who are going to be positioned within the lab school, and I'll speak to that on another slide. So we have a number of different outcomes that we are seeking. And so we're looking at our students, at least 90% of those graduating will earn 3 or more college credits. And these are local credits with Old Dominion University to be able to transfer into the school. So pipelining into our maritime oriented careers there. 96% will have completed a work-based learning experience. We're deeply committed to providing these students internships and work-based learning opportunities, and they will also enroll in a post-secondary education. So we're deeply committed to supporting our students to be college and career and citizen ready, also creating a robust teacher educator pipeline. So at the same time, we're aligning with the teacher preparation program within Newport News Public Schools, as well as with ODU's Darden College of Education to really address that need where we have a lack of educators coming into the system. And we also are focused on generating inter-organizational collaboration around research and effectiveness of lab schools, teacher professional learning. I also am very excited to be able to partner with the last lab school presentation as well with CAMP, because they also have that workforce side of it with the maritime as well. And so I really see this as an ideal synergy within the Hampton Roads region to address very real shortages in the area. The response to consideration. So this was an oversight on my part. I left out the funding commitments that our local partners had already provided. So obviously I didn't have my glasses on when I was working on that spreadsheet, so I apologize for that. But Newport News Public Schools has already committed with teachers and other in-kind costs, with transportation, with meals, with technology as well. And then so that was the only one, although we also did provide an updated letter of support from ODU just to continue to reinforce our commitment. And so now I am pleased to introduce our partners that are here as well. So we have Owen Miller, who is the Assistant City Manager with Newport News Public Schools. And we have, my notes got all mixed up. It's a little bit intimidating being up here and talking to everybody. There we go. Okay. And then also Jerry Wilson, who's the Intergovernmental Affairs of Newport News. We have university partners here. We have Dr. Joanna Garner, who is the Executive Director for the Center of Educational Partnerships at Old Dominion University. And then we also have Brian Payne, who is the Vice Provost for Academic Affairs. We have other partners, and I'll let Dr. Kip Rogers introduce himself and his colleague online.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
Just a point. See, Newport News Public Schools or Newport News City Manager, Assistant City Manager?
Assistant City Manager.
Okay, you said public schools.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's very nervous standing out there. Yeah. You guys aren't intimidating, but I know I'm being zoomed out and all of that, or YouTubed out.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon, President Creasy, board members, and Dr. Coons. I'm Kip Rogers, Chief Academic Officer in Newport News Public Schools. So thank you for having us, and we're excited to share this opportunity with me today. I'm the only person here in person, but we do have several of our team who are joining us either virtually or planning to join. Our school board chairperson is just joining us now. And she's in the lobby. Mrs. Searle Law is joining us. Also have Mrs. Tammy Byron, who is our supervisor of STEM. We also have Dr. Rodney Culverhouse, who is our supervisor of science. We also have Who else was on there? I can't see. Dr. Coverhouse. We have a bunch of other folks that are joining us virtually in support of the opportunity to share something that we're very excited about. So thank you for having us. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you.
Are there any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Sturdivant?
As part of this program, is that leaning towards helping these kids have skill sets? I know there's a big talk about building this Columbia class sub.
Mhm.
Is that kind of like a pipeline to help get those kids into that Newport News shipbuilding pipeline?
So right now, the focus that we're looking at is more oriented around engineering and so yes, in a long-term projection, we would like to eventually kind of proof of the pudding type of thing. It's add in more ship repair, add in the virtual welding and the welding elements. And so I think that's where when we're partnering with CAMP, with their lab schools, we think about the regional investment in this work and the regional advertising as we're trying to get kids to come into it. So that's a long way to say yes. And we're looking at the ways in which we can prepare students in different ways to address that. So if you saw a recent article looking at the issues around supply chain, and that's a very real issue right now. So these students are going to be prepared in order to address those supply chain and digital supply chain and logistics components that will help us secure the materials that will go towards building the submarines. So it's really a holistic approach to this within the area. So yes, but right now we're looking at having about 60 kids coming in starting fall 2025. And then the seniors will then become seniors fall 26. And so we'll have around 110, 115 students annually in this program. I think aspirationally, we'd like to add some more of those that you're addressing in there, more boots on the ground, directly graduating, going into the workforce. And those are conversations that we've had with our city partners, that we've had with the Hampton Roads Workforce Council, with our workforce development partners on the, I'm pointing like this, on the other side of Brooks Crossing.
I just wanted to say I'm impressed with your presentation.
Oh,
You have a strong team. You have a lot of people supporting you.
Yeah.
And that goes a long ways. So good job.
Thank you. Well, it definitely has been a team effort. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Coverthorn?
Just want to second that. I mean, this is such exciting content for kids. It's very rich, and how you guys have embedded just a really strong instructional model, I think is very impressive. I love that your goals are measurable. I love that they are actually, these are two areas where I know personally high school kids, having taught high school for a while, are very interested in these two fields. So and as a former ODU alumni, I am also very excited to see ODU front and center. And this list of partners with Nauticus and Virginia Maritime, having grown up in the Hampton Roads area, these are top-notch partners that you've managed to bring together. So super excited about this lab school.
Great, thank you. And as I mentioned, our summer programming is launching and a lot of those partners are going to be on the ground level this summer. So anybody can come and participate in summer camp as we start recruiting. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's fun. So over spring break, we had a robotics camp and it's part of our regional approach. And this was a part of the GoTech program. We had students from Chesapeake, so you're going to hear from us again. So how it's a regional approach. We had students from City of Newport News. The City of Newport News itself helped support with transportation and having kids come out there. And at the end, parents came and they sat through a 2-hour robotics Olympics, and it was so cool. They got into it. They enjoyed it. So parents had to take time out of their day to come and see it. And so parents are already getting invested. This is my last promotion tomorrow. If you want to go to Brooks Crossing, we have an open makerspace tomorrow night. And so this is another way that we're having community coming into it. Because the other piece is you want to convince 11th and 12th graders to leave their home school. And so this summer, we're having 9th and 10th graders coming in as a part of the summer camp. And so we're really being thoughtful about how do we get kids in here, get them really excited, and get them really engaged, and then move into the workforce, into the university, and address those maritime concerns that we have right now.
Ms. Holton.
Terrific, great work. And it's so exciting to see you here with the Newport News collaborators from the schools and the city manager's office. Very impressive. I am, and this may be more to Dr. Armstrong than to you, but
Okay.
I'm missing the paperwork, the additional paperwork that you submitted since the application was forwarded to us to meet the updated financial information. I just can't find it. Andy, it may be in there and I'm just not finding it. But
Yeah, it's in the budget.
so I can't find it. What I am finding is just the sample spreadsheet, not the ODU
Oh, yeah.
spreadsheet.
Okay.
That's what's included in your packet. So your 5-year projections of where the money's coming from.
Right,
that
okay.
piece, among others, would be very helpful.
Okay.
And then, so pending getting that documentation, just can you remind me how much is the total amount you're getting from the lab school fund?
Let me see if I
Was
can
that
read
on
this.
here?
So
That's
it's
the operating cost, not the
2.59 million
you're 2.59 million over the 5 years.
over the 5 years.
So you're not,
over 4 years that we're requesting. And then, so teachers are coming from Newport.
and so are you doing the $1 million startup costs as
We are.
well?
Yes.
So is it 2.5 plus $1 million?
Yes.
Okay, so 3.5 million. And how many students will you be serving annually?
So in year 2, fall 2025, we're looking at bringing 60 in, and then with attrition, maybe, and it'll be around 115 annually. You know, we would hope it'd be 120, but sometimes kids decide to go back to their
And
home schools.
so you're starting in, I may. you may
Fall
have said
20,
this.
no, it's okay. Yeah, fall 25 is when we will bring in the first group of 11th graders with which about 55, 60 11th graders.
So year 2, but that, in other words, what's year 1?
Oh, year 0. Okay, so I'm sorry. It's year 1 is fall 25.
Year 1 is fall of 25.
Yeah, we're in year
And you'll
0.
have 60 students and working up to 115.
Right, yeah.
Thank you.
We had an early plan, the planning grant we received was early. And so we've been working on this for about 1.5 years. And so my timeline has kind of gotten off. It's been great though. Yeah,
It's a lot of work. Thank you.
yeah.
Just to wrap this up, and does anyone else have any questions? I would just like to say, as a former teacher in the area, taught in Norfolk Public Schools also, these are exciting opportunities for kids in the Hampton Roads area. And I am really, really excited for those opportunities to be at their fingertips. So this collaboration that you all have gotten with so many different facets of your communities in all of Hampton Roads. Probably many of you never thought you would be having these different collaborations in your professional careers. And so the excitement that it's combining with how we're building futures for our communities is just so awesome. So thank you all for your contributions and your commitment to this process. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to point out Tanette Outland as a partner here as well. And so she's been leading the CTE work throughout. And so that's really a deep component of making sure that we have that in there too. So thank you. And so you're from the area. So we have people who are traveling the tunnels to come out to this facility. Yeah. Yeah.
That is a real commitment.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still one of those that holds my breath on the way through.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Yep.
And Madam President, I'll add that it didn't make public comment, but my dad and grandfather, who are both shipyard employees, retired, were both excited about this proposal as well. And I'm a proud product of the Newport News Public School System. Mentioned this in the Lab School Standing Committee, and I'm very excited about the proposal. We're going to keep ODU nearby and now talk about the ODU Chesapeake Lab School proposal. The VDOE received the ODU Computer Science Lab School application on February 2nd, 2024. And in the intervening weeks prior to and subsequent submission, the agency has collaborated with the applicant with technical assistance calls held between VDOE and the ODU CSLS Computer Science Lab School team on October 11th, November 8th, and December 4th, 2023, and again on January 8th, 2024. Following submission of the application, additional technical assistance calls were held on February 12th and March 14th. And the first round of counseling from VDOE SME review was provided to the applicants during the week of March 19th. We held a technical assistance call with ODU on March 21st with VDOE and the Governor's Transformation Office to discuss their budget and sustainability plans. The CSLS team presented to the Standing Committee on April 11th, responded to questions of the committee, and the Standing Committee unanimously approved first and final review of the ODU CSLS application to be forwarded for consideration by the board, contingent upon responsiveness by ODU to the provision of an additional letter of commitment, and an updated financial plan. The standing committee directed VDOE staff to post the ODU at CSLS application for the 10-day public comment period on April 11th, and it remained available until April 25th. As of today, one comment was received reporting the application from Brian Solis, the Deputy City Manager of the City of Chesapeake. Joining us today on behalf of the ODU CSLS Lab School proposal are Dr. Karen Sanzo again, Director of ODU's Brooks Crossing Innovation Lab, and Dr. Shonda Wyndham, Director of College and Career Readiness for the Chesapeake City Public Schools. And they're also joined by several colleagues and supporters of the Lab School and its K-12 partners. Upon completion of my report, I will invite Dr. Sanzo back and Dr. Wyndham to provide a brief overview of their proposal and to introduce other special guests representing ODU CSLS. The application proposes for ODU to begin a lab school in collaboration and partnership with Chesapeake Public Schools. ODU's lab school is an innovative interdisciplinary lab school model that focuses on providing career exposure to students through real-world problem solving in collaboration with higher ed professionals, pre-service college students, and industry experts. Students will remain enrolled in their home school division and engaged in computer science skill building and exploration at Oscar Smith Middle School through a specialized curriculum. Problem solving, inquiry, logic, and technology-enriched lessons in art, music, health and physical education, and world language will serve as a foundation for computer science integration in the elective curriculum. The lab school would address multiple desirable outcomes for students, future teachers, and regional schools with hiring needs. On behalf of the VDOE, I submit that the Old Dominion Computer Science Lab School, CSLS, is compliant and ready to implement, and I recommend to the board that the lab school be approved at tomorrow's business meeting and subsequently begin the contract approval process. And to share more about ODU CSLS, I am again joined by Dr. Sanzo and Dr. Wyndham, who will provide additional information, introduce any additional guests on behalf of CSLS, and answer any questions from the board. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. So one item I want to point out is this really is a collaborative effort with both of the school systems. Early on, both team members from Newport News Public Schools and Chesapeake Public Schools, we went to the International Association of Laboratory Schools Conference. We went to Vancouver and we met and we learned and we collaborated together. And then last October, I think 18 of the team members went to UTSA. I got COVID the day before and wasn't able to go. But it's an example of what we are seeking to do at ODU, which is a community-based lab school, and having multiple partners in order to both help people feel like they're part of something bigger than the school where they are. As we know, retention is an issue, and having that experience really helps retain people, as well as being able to test out these different innovation models. And so I'm going to begin today with going a bit over with the Computer Science Lab School, and then I'll introduce my colleagues here. So the Computer Science Lab School is dedicated to seamlessly integrating computer science into the curriculum through a human-centered design thinking framework. We are connected with Computer Science Network here in Virginia, and as you heard earlier today, one of the teachers of the year from Chesapeake has gone through training with Dr. Joanna Gardner and her Center for Educational Partnerships. And so we have a history with Chesapeake Public Schools. And so we are scaling this up and testing out innovations and looking at what it looks like with computer science integrated throughout all of the classes. We believe that our lab school will support the need for computer science and engineering professionals, which has escalated in the past decade, with over 600,000 computing jobs available in the United States and less than 72,000 new computer science graduates each year. The future growth of the technology sector requires a workforce trained in computer science and engineering. Waiting until students are in high school or college to start preparing them for computer science pathways is insufficient. This is a middle school program, and we want to get kids excited about this from the early ages. As a former middle school teacher myself, this is very exciting to really have these hands-on experiential learning opportunities centered around this core of computer science. The mission of the lab school is to foster a comprehensive understanding of computer science principles and practices among students, and to prepare them for careers in technology and equip them with the skills necessary to navigate a rapidly evolving digital landscape. The vision of the lab school is to provide a space to prepare middle school students academically to excel in high school while increasing their confidence with the use of technology. The computer labs The Computer Science Lab School will use a human-centered design thinking framework with an infusion of computer science curriculum throughout all of the classes. The Lab School will offer design thinking practices to students and teachers to shape innovative teaching and learning activities. We've been modeling these at the college level using our Innovate Cyber program, which is partnering with the Commonwealth Cyber Initiative and the Coastal Virginia Cyber Initiative to look at the ways we can have creative and innovative design thinking approaches for students, and then looking at how we can apply that into the middle school. The Lab School will offer, so also students will learn to apply practical and creative thinking skills to solve design problems, which are crucial skills for success in computer science coursework. Not only will computer science be integrated into the core curriculum, we're also going to be developing enhanced courses, enhanced electives with specialized technology integration, hands-on projects, field trips, and innovative classroom designs. The Computer Science Lab School will also be connected with the GoTech program. So we have grant funding that has already come into Oscar Smith Middle, which is going to be a part of the Computer Science Lab School. And so that they're also going to be a part of the regional network with GoTech as a part of the enhanced electives with the Lab School. So students will be introduced to IT coding, healthcare engineering, welding, and precision machining through that the career investigations course with the GoTech classroom. The Lab School will encourage greater collaboration between education providers from middle school to post-secondary level. One of the really neat things with this partnership is Chesapeake is not only providing the local commitment with teachers and supporting the teachers there, it's the building infrastructure itself. And they've already identified classrooms that we're going to turn into collaborative classrooms for teachers per each grade level, as well as collaborative classrooms for students that's separate from their core classes. So we're really looking at not only pushing that curriculum design, but really what does learning look like and how do we reimagine that classroom space, because design matters and that facility matters. So we also hope to expand community partnerships to assist with student mentorship, career exploration, as well as program sustainability. The school's innovations will include coursework that integrates computer science into STEM and humanities content areas. We'll have sustained professional development for current and pre-service teachers. Again, we're partnering deeply with the Darden College of Education and Professional Studies to have student teachers coming into the school. We also are going to be focusing on upskilling paraprofessionals to help have them become licensed to teach. Integrated coursework will provide a foundation for enhanced computer science and STEM career-oriented electives. Each year, students will showcase their applications of computer science through capstone projects and electronic portfolio. We're very excited about this vision of having students exposition of learning, having them present, families coming in, having that excitement. Because part of it too is we want families to see and experience this, because we know families often will help determine pathways and pipelines. And so having families deeply involved from the beginning as we get into course selection going into high school will see themselves and see their students better aligned to go into computer science and dual enrollment at the high school level. And so students will also be exposed to college and career focused experiences coming on campus, job shadowing, working with our partners who've already committed letters of support. Okay, so partners. So these are just some of the partners who have written letters of support, who are committed, who are part of our Lab School ecosystem. I think on our emails back and forth about this, we had about 40 people collectively between Chesapeake and Newport News, 40 people representing different businesses and industries and organizations that are a part of it. So I want to thank our partner, Chesapeake Public Schools, for their ongoing work. Shonda and I text each other, I think, multiple times a day. Even convinced her son to get into the college Innovate Cyber cohort. And so not only have we been fortunate to collaborate with our partners, but also to identify and connect with those interested. So the City of Chesapeake City Manager's Office, the Chesapeake Economic Development Authority, we've been talking with them about being as a part of the sustainability team and really identifying the business and industries and those that might continue to help support, not only through fiscal support, but also getting mentors to come into the school, having those field trip experiences, because that takes time and commitment as well. So we're engaged with also area maritime computer science and cybersecurity partners. The Hampton Roads Workforce Council, again, is supporting this as well. They've been deep partners on all of our lab school work. And as a part of our partnership, I already mentioned that we are connected to the International Association of Laboratory Schools Network. We've been talking quite a bit with their executive director and their team to learn from them and to make sure that our model aligns with what they see as the core for laboratory schools. So our funding model presented here includes our 4-year grant funded request paired with the start of our sustainability for year 5. A lot of what I was going to say is the same as what I said before with Newport News, with our history of sustainability of initiatives. What I want to point out is that Chesapeake has committed to providing the support for the teachers in the laboratory school. We have deep local commitment that have been supporting this initiative from the beginning. The outcomes, again, we're seeking to have 95% of our students have SOL test participation, to have them meet or exceed all state testing requirements. And we're also targeting these students to have acceptance into a specialized program or academy at the high school level. Again, that's why there's parent involvement from the beginning is important. We want our students to be prepared for the technology talent pipeline. So as Andy mentioned, both of these proposals are interdisciplinary in nature. And our team at ODU, from an interdisciplinary standpoint, have been committed in supporting the Chesapeake Lab School from the beginning. So we have computer science faculty that are a part of it. We are connected with the tech talent pipeline work that's going on at ODU as well. Students will participate in experiential learning opportunities. They will complete an e-portfolio. We're aligning the e-portfolio process with what we already have on ODU and it's been recognized and successful. And again, that culminating project to demonstrate their experiences. It's not just at the 8th grade. Every year, and whether it's at the end of each semester or the end of each year, we're going to have that exposition of learning. We're also focusing again on developing a robust teacher pipeline, partnering with the College of Education, looking at how we're going to upskill paraprofessionals and have them licensed as well, and having these deep learning experiences that we know that aspiring teachers need to have and to test out their practices before they become full-time teachers. And then again, focusing on generating research that will focus on interorganizational collaboration, effectiveness, teacher learning, college and career readiness. The response to considerations, again, this was my oversight. I did not include, I just missed it, our partners' contributions. And so that has been included to recognize the teacher salaries, to recognize the food, to recognize the transportation. So my apologies for that, but that was not included. The other piece that I didn't include was what we are contributing at ODU in terms of educator preparation. So we made sure that we provided those updated financial numbers in there as well. We also needed to provide a letter of institutional support. And so that was provided in this updated packet. Thank you. And so now I'm going to introduce Dr. Shonda Wyndham, who will also introduce her team here. And she's with Chesapeake Public Schools, and she is my partner in all of this.
Good afternoon, President Creasy, Superintendent Coons, and the board. Thank you for this opportunity to hear more about our lab school application. As mentioned, I am the Director of College and Career Readiness for Chesapeake Public Schools, and I have with me today Dr. Anna Helmer, who is our program administrator for career and technical education. I do send the regrets of our superintendent, Dr. Cotton, who could not join us today. He's away at a conference, but please know that he is very, very excited about this initiative. It has been an extreme pleasure to work with Karen and the ODU team, and we look forward to moving forward with this, and we thank you for the opportunity to hear more about it. Thank you.
And then Dr. Payne is here again and Dr. Garner is here. Great. So happy to answer questions about this particular proposal.
Thank you. Board members, do we have any questions? Ms. Holton?
Thank you again. Very exciting. This is for Dr. Armstrong. We don't have any additional documents.
Thank you, Ms. Holton. Madam President, I've been doing a little offline research on this. It appears to be a technical glitch more than anything. I actually have these documents that I can provide directly to the board prior to your vote tomorrow morning. Apologies to the applicants as well.
Obviously, we've got extensive support from the locality, and that's the key to the sustain. That is one key way to show sustainability. So I'm sure the documentation will be adequate when we get it. but we just need to see it. One question I have is how the program, so this is exciting. This is in a middle school. It's one of your challenge student school that's serving a lot of challenged students. What's the selection process? Is this a school within a school?
So
And what's the selection process for participants?
So it's a full open lottery, and we're leveraging the same processes that we're doing with the Brooks Crossing Innovation Lab. We're engaging in different media channels, whether it's Facebook or pushing out to all of our elementary schools. It is located within Oscar Smith Middle, but we're also extraordinarily sensitive to the fact that it is an open lab school to anyone in Virginia, open lottery, and providing different ways to advertise and message this out. And the division is fully committed to providing that open communication and messaging to help us in part kind of reimagine what Oscar Smith Middle looks like. But this is a school where we are focusing specifically 6th, 7th, 8th, dedicated hallways where students will be within the lab school. The enhanced electives are for the students within the lab school. Now, there will be, of course, ancillary benefits that we'd like to study about what does it look like when you have a model like this that's co-located. And those are some of the pieces. So Dr. Garner is helping to co-lead the research model. And so some of those are curious questions that we are interested in. Quite honestly, we're hoping that there will be some professional development benefits, that if we have teachers going through computer science training, that there might be other teachers that are computer science curious. What does that look like? How do you create a community of practice? And you know, we have teachers that become ambassadors of computer science. We are putting into place computer science coaches. So like we have reading coaches and math coaches, computer science coaches that will be for the lab school. One of my hope for outcomes would be then that this might become a model for either the school more broadly or for the school system more broadly, but that's part of what we're studying. It's a long answer to your question, but there's a lot of layers.
It is a school within a school. So it's a separate school, but located within the.
It is.
Located at Oscar Smith.
Yes.
But the core teachers are going to be provided by Chesapeake Public Schools.
Yes, but they are only teaching within the lab school for those core classes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
But the salary is going to be paid just like it currently is by Chesapeake Public Schools.
Chesapeake is providing the in-kind and ODU, and we're looking at the ways that we recognize that the lab school teachers are employees of the institution receiving W-9s from ODU itself. And so they will have, so Chesapeake will be providing their core salaries. And then we have additional funding that's coming through the grant to provide incentives for them to be a part of the work. And that's part of our sustainability plan, is looking for those additional incentives, because by nature of being in the lab school, we're asking them to do more. We're asking them to come in for summer professional development. We're asking them to stay after school and collaborate in different ways and participate in that training model. And so they are going to be provided additional funding to recognize their work.
And I missed this on the standard lab school lottery process. So forgive me if this is a stupid question, but do the local students at this school and or in this division get any preference in the lottery?
No, they don't, because the way that the legislation is written, there's no, we can't put any percentages or criteria on that. It has to be a full open lottery.
So if a student from Virginia Beach applies,
Yes.
gets in, Chesapeake is essentially paying for part of the cost of educating that student.
And we,
Apologies, Madam President. The lab school law in its complexity also allows a lab school, if a student from another division, not a partner division, want to participate in the lab school could charge tuition of that student. It's one wrinkle of the law as well. Just note that.
these are questions that we have talked about extensively.
They're helping bring me along.
Yeah. But I think the questions are good too. This is not a part, I think, of the presentation, but I think what would be really beneficial for us is to hear what curious questions you all have regarding the lab school. Because as we're in the process of developing our research model, especially being able to have different schools from ODU, as well as having camp within the region, what are the elements that we want to study? How do we learn from it in a formative way, not waiting in 5 years from now, but really making those real-time changes and coming back and reporting? So I think it's really important for us to know what are the questions that you're seeking to answer, and for us to put those into our continual evaluation model as well. That would be quite helpful.
Other questions? Please, Mr. Sturdivant.
More so a statement to ODU, City of Chesapeake. Great job. Looking forward to the vote tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you all so much.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Take care.
Please proceed, Dr. Armstrong.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Our last lab school application of the day today comes from Paul D. Camp Community College, the Isle Maritime Trade Academy Lab School, which was submitted on March 11th, 2024. The agency has collaborated with the applicant in technical assistance calls on March 18th, on March 22nd. We have had a budget meeting among Paul D. Camp, VDOE, and the Governor's Transformation Office as well on March 27th, 2024. Once we established that the applicant had provided satisfactory responses to the VDOE, the IMTA application was placed on the agenda for standing committee review on April 11th, 2024. The IMTA team presented to the standing committee, responded to questions of the committee, and was unanimously approved by the standing committee on first and final review to be forwarded for consideration by the board today, contingent upon responsiveness by Paul D. Camp to the provision of an updated draft or final MOU with Isle of Wight County Public Schools to include detail related to student meals, transportation, special education, extracurriculars, and student advising, additional detail related to the use of Virtual Virginia, and updated financial information. I will note that Paul D. Camp did provide all the information. We do have that in our possession, and if it does not appear in your materials, we will have that to you directly in short order. The standing committee did then direct the VDOE staff to post the application for the 10-day public comment period, and it remained available until April 25th and remains available. And as of today, no comments have been received. Joining us today on behalf of the Paul D. Camp IMTA proposal are Dr. Corey McCray, president of Paul D. Camp Community College, Dr. Tara Atkins Brady, Vice President of Academic and Student Development at Paul D. Camp Community College. And I believe Dr. Marcia Kale is here, Director of Secondary Instruction at Isle of Wight County Public Schools, as well as other colleagues and supporters of the lab school. They will introduce when they provide their presentation. The application proposes for Paul D. Camp Community College to begin a lab school in collaboration and partnership with Isle of Wight County Public Schools. The Isle Maritime Trades Academy is an innovative interdisciplinary lab school model that focuses on providing career exposure to students through real-world problem solving in collaboration with higher ed professionals and industry experts. Students will remain enrolled in their homeschool division and enter IMTA as juniors in one of two career pathways, marine welding and marine electrical. The curriculum consists of dual enrollment credit courses in the first 3 semesters and maritime trade-specific workforce training in the 4th semester. The lab school would address multiple desirable outcomes for students, future teachers, regional schools, and industry with hiring needs, especially in the Hampton Roads area with the shipbuilding industry. On behalf of the VDOE, I submit that the Paul D. Camp Isle Maritime Trade Academy is compliant and ready to implement, and I recommend to the board that the lab school be approved at tomorrow's business meeting and subsequently begin the contract approval process. To share more about IMTA, again, I am joined by Dr. McCray and Dr. Atkins Brady, who will provide additional information, introduce any additional guests on behalf of IMTA, and answer any questions on behalf of the board. So, IMTA team.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the members of the board for allowing us to present the Isle Maritime Trades Academy. In addition to Dr. Corey McCray
and Dr. Tony Johnson, and Dr. Kale. We have Dr. Tony Johnson, also from Paul D. Kemp Community College, and Dr. Theo Kramer, Superintendent of Isle of Wight County Public Schools. The mission of the Isle Maritime Trades Academy is to educate and train a significant and sustainable number of students in the maritime trades annually through innovative, integrated, experience, and project-based career technical education so that Academy graduates are workplace ready upon high school graduation. The vision is that we're going to have a significant impact on students, families, community, and the maritime industrial workforce by preparing our students for immediate employment in high-demand skilled trades with regional maritime employers, in career pathways that offer a family-sustaining income, as well as opportunities for additional advancement after high school graduation through further education and training. This is a 2-year cohort model in which we will enroll high school juniors and seniors. Students enter the academy as juniors in one of 2 career pathways, marine electrical or marine welding. At capacity, the IMTA will serve 80 students, 20 students per pathway per grade level. The curriculum consists primarily of dual enrollment credit courses in the first 3 semesters and maritime trade-specific workforce training in the 4th semester. In addition, the curriculum will engage students through co-curricular activities, including career advising, mentoring, industry tours, job shadowing, workplace readiness skill development, and interviewing skills. In alignment with the governor's initiative around dual enrollment, students who complete the curriculum at the IMTA will earn at least 1 credit career studies certificate, multiple industry recognized credentials, and an Associate of Applied Science and Technical Studies degree from Camp Community College. We have wonderful partners in this endeavor who have worked very closely with us as we've developed this application. Isle of Wight County Public Schools will provide for the academy use of facilities, subject matter experts, transportation for students and meals, testing support, support with other student services, as well as representation on the IMTA's governing board and advisory board. Similarly, Huntington Ingalls Industries Newport News Shipbuilding has also worked very closely with us on the application. They have agreed to provide subject matter experts, mentors for IMTA students, tours of their facilities, job shadowing, mock interviews, and my favorite, guaranteed interviews for completers of the academy or students who complete the academy curriculum in related jobs, and as well as representation on our governing board and the advisory board. This is the budget summary. What I want to highlight here is our plan for sustainability. We have presented a year 0 through year 5 budget. Beginning in year 1, Paul D. Kemp Community College will invest some higher education institutional support into the academy to make it whole that year. Starting in year 2, we will invest the funding that we receive from the FTE that are part of the, from the dual enrollment FTE for the academy. And you'll see that it increases years 2 through 4. And that's because that revenue comes to us on a 3-year rolling average of enrollment. And so calculating the students who are entering the program in year 1, we will begin to see operating revenue from that dual enrollment FTE in year 2. We will also utilize fast forward funding tuition for the students in their 4th semester of the program that we can use for the workforce training component of the program. And we will also utilize some of our equipment trust fund dollars toward technology and equipment that is needed for the program. We will need to fundraise through expanded partnerships and fundraising in years 1 through 4 to bring the program to full sustainability in year 5. Paul D. Kemp Community College has a very successful track record of both fundraising and fundraising through grants. We have several federal grants as well as state and local grants that are multi-million-dollar, particularly our federal TRIO program grants, one of which we've had for more than 30 years on a continuing basis. So we do have a good track record there of being able to raise funding for sustainability. In terms of outcomes,
These are very student focused, very student success focused. We want our students to demonstrate satisfactory course progression, matriculation from first to second semester, as well as from first year to second year. 100% of the students we want to complete requirements for their high school diploma, as well as sustaining a C or better grade average in their courses. We want all the students to take the workplace readiness assessment as well as OSHA 10. Those are foundational for the welding and electrical training that we are doing with these students. And we also want a measure of satisfaction. We want to know how our students and their parents are feeling about the application process, as well as the educational and co-curricular offerings of the IMTA. So there's some formative assessment built into this as well. And then most important, it's all important, but most important to us are the student outcomes. So we want 95% of students to earn that career study certificate in welding or electrical, 95% earning that industry recognized credential that is also acknowledged by VDOE, at least 80% completing that Associate of Applied Science Technical Studies degree, and 3 out of 4 graduates employed in field within 6 months of high school graduation. With regard to the feedback we received from the standing committee, the memorandum of understanding with Isle of Wight County Schools, we did review that. 4 items pertaining to the meals, transportation, extracurricular activities, and advising. All of those components are in the agreement as something that Isle of Wight County Schools will provide. A copy of that agreement was submitted with the addendum to Dr. Armstrong on April 17th. The committee also requested a more detailed plan on the use of Virtual Virginia, so I will describe that here. While we believe that students coming to the IMTA, most will have completed a large majority of their freshman and sophomore graduation requirements, they will have access to online credit recovery programs such as Virtual Virginia or Apex Learning to ensure that they are able to meet all of their graduation requirements prior to graduation. The design of the program is such that students are going to take their courses on a Monday, Thursday, Tuesday, Friday schedule, leaving Wednesday for the extracurricular activities that I mentioned, as well as any remediation or other coursework under the supervision of lab school personnel. So that Wednesday is a full day in which we can do both extracurricular and remediation and have students satisfy any of their other high school requirements that may be necessary in order for them to complete those graduation requirements. And then third, the committee requested updated financials. I did review the financials worksheet. I found one place where we were inconsistent with a number that has been corrected. And I also removed a spreadsheet from the appendix that was not consistent with the template provided for the application. So I believe those corrections have been completed. And with that, we welcome your questions.
Are there any questions?
Yes, Madam President.
Mr. Sturdivant?
With Paul D. Camp, that's out of Franklin, right?
We have a campus in Franklin, we have a campus in Suffolk, and we have a center in Smithfield in Isle of Wight County.
Okay. The main campus is in Franklin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The other counties didn't join in, like my home county, Southampton County, or any of those other places join this exciting program?
We have initiatives as a college in each of the localities in the college's service region. While Isle of Wight County Public Schools is our partner in this endeavor, it would not surprise us if our neighboring districts wanted to also have some of their students apply for the IMTA.
Isle of Wight County, good job. Good job.
Dr. Northern?
I've got to agree again with my colleague. This is a super exciting lab school proposal. I love that you are connecting with a potential employer. I love that kids have that interview possibility. I love that you're doing marine welding. Again, coming from that area, I know it is hugely needed. It's one of those occupations that we just don't have enough marine welders. I know they make a great living coming right out of that training. Actually, I just Googled it because I had heard that it was one of the top 5 marine welding occupations in the country is in Virginia, and we are the top 5. So I just think those kids are going to come out with a real life sustaining strong middle income wage. And I just kudos to you guys for actually meeting. We talk a lot about NCTE with high demand, high wage, high need, and they become little jargon words, but I actually do think that you guys have managed to really be all those things in terms of the opportunities you're offering kids.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Ms. Holton?
I'll join my colleagues. Great work. Very exciting. One question is, when is year one? Are you starting fall of 24 or fall of 25?
Fall 2025.
Fall of 2025. And you're going to start with how many students?
We will have 40 students in fall of
40
2025.
students, fall of 25, working up to a sustained level of 80 students.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you all so much. We appreciate it.
Thank
you. Okay, I think that brings us to Mr. Dickey. It's your time.
Right. Good afternoon, President Creasy, members of the board, Dr. Coons. I know that hour is very late, getting later.
Mr. Dickey, we just want to thank
Presentation is
you.
going up.
We want to thank you for being so flexible with the agenda today.
God.
Thank you.
Glad to do it. All these are critical issues, so glad to come back to cover this. Tomorrow you have before you an action item on awarding the last dollars appropriated for the school construction assistance program, the remaining 85 million that's in this biennial budget. And there is discussion and recommendation tomorrow in the boilerplate, but staff was also asked at this point, given that we're winding down the last round of money in this biennial budget for the program, to present to you some other options on allocating the money versus just a straight rank ordering of the school projects that were submitted in the second round application process based on the 11 selection criteria that you adopted last year in your guidelines that were required for the program. And of course, just background there, we had 450 million appropriated a year ago in May. You awarded the first 365 million based on the 11 competitive criteria that you established in your guidelines. And those were used for the first round funding awards based on a rank ordering of the projects that came in. Grants are funded at 10, 20, 30% of the approved project cost. And that's determined by the General Assembly, and that's benchmarked to the division's composite index and their fiscal stress. So that's how the grant awards are calibrated. Again, a year ago, the first 365 million was awarded. That leaves just about 85 million in funding for second round awards, and that's where we are at this point. Last fall, as we were beginning the second round application process, you asked that the second round maintain the same 11 selection criteria and the required minimum criteria points for an application to be eligible for funding at 65 points out of a scale of 100. So no change in those two pieces for the second round application process. 43 divisions submitted applications for 88 projects. 29 of those 88 school projects met the minimum 65-point scoring criteria, which is the requirement to be considered for funding. So the points had to be at least at that minimum level on a school application. So 29 of those in round two met that criteria. a good bit of feedback from statewide stakeholders in the last few months from local government, school boards, some of the statewide organizations. As the board and DOE were working on subsequent awards under the program to give consideration to spread the money a little further statewide across more schools and divisions, and of course, stay within the parameters and the confines of requirements in the Appropriation Act and your guidelines in terms of the competitive criteria, some ranking on the criteria, and achieving minimum scoring points of 65. And then with all of that in mind and given feedback over the last several months, wanted to present to you 3 options to award the remaining grant funds. In the detail is in the subsequent slides. Again, working within the confines of the Appropriation Act language and your guidelines on these 3 options. For round 2 awards of the last 85 million. Option 1 for round 2 awards, the same approach used for round 1, provides full, and that is rank ordering the projects, individual school projects on the criteria and of at least 65 points or greater. In rank order, and funding the value of the grant awards until the 85 million in remaining funding is exhausted. Again, that was the approach used in round 1. So it's a straight point ranking on the 29 school projects that qualified at 65 points or greater. And in your detail, you can see how the projects align in rank order. In the 3rd column there, if you're following in the spreadsheet, we've included in the slides here. And then the next to last column in this in the slide shows the calibrated grant award for the school project according to the 10, 20, or 30% portion of the project cost that would be awarded. And this option, again, is a straight ranking of the projects and their dollar value of their grant awards until the money's exhausted, beginning at a high score of 95 for Forest Hills and Danville, until the money runs out to partially fund Richlands Middle in Tazewell County. Richlands Middle and Tazewell County would receive only a portion of its $13.5 million award. It would be partially funded as the last ranked project to receive some money before the funding runs out. So that is a straight ranking of projects and fully funding each of those projects until the money runs out. I will point out and you will notice several localities, 7 I think it is, or 7 divisions, have multiple projects funded. 4 or 5 of those school divisions also had multiple projects funded in round 1. Between round 1 and this approach, those divisions would see a good bit of their submitted projects funded, and just wanted to point that particular circumstance out in round 1, because it's simply going to fund down in rank order and catch some of those multiple school projects that were submitted by individual localities. Option 2 begins with a rank ordering of projects on the total criteria score. Again, got to meet the minimum of 65 points. but is only going to fund up to 2 school projects per division, and several divisions in round 2 had 3 or even 4 school projects that scored in above 65 points. So this would help balance the awards by limiting the number of awarded schools by division at no more than 2 school projects. In the case where divisions had 2 or more projects and there were some ties in the scores, the decision rule was to move forward with the lower grant award amount, and that had the effect of, again, spreading the money down the line a little bit more to catch more localities, and more schools. So option 2 is essentially, again, rank order of the project scores, but limited to no more than 2 school projects per division to move the money further down the project list. And you see many of the same schools under option 2, of course, but it limits 2 or 3 of the school divisions that had 3 or 4 school projects that were submitted and were funded under option 1, and does have the effect of moving the money further down to the very last projects in the ranking, and that's again, Richlands Middle, Tazewell County under option 2. At the next to last project would receive its full $13.5 million award. And then Franklin County, Benjamin Franklin Middle School, the last school to be qualified to meet at least the minimum 65 points. That Benjamin Franklin Middle School would receive partial funding, $1.4 million of its 5.5 or 5.6 full award. So option 2 has the effect and the benefit of moving the money further down on the list and catching every eligible school project that it scored at least 65 points. Finally, option 3, again, starting with a rank ordering of the projects, but first funding in a first pass the highest ranked or rated or point school in each of the school divisions that had multiple school applications, so that in the first pass, every division that submitted a school project that qualified, it gets full funding for at least 1 school, moves through the full list, and at the very bottom of option 3, both Richlands Middle and Tazewell County and Benjamin Franklin Middle School in Franklin County are fully funded because they, in the first pass, the highest ranked school in each school division is funded. Then it finishes up and exhausts the rest of the $85 million by returning to the top of the list to fund the second highest ranked project for a division, and the money exhausts at Richmond Alternative School in Richmond City, which would receive partial funding. So option 3, like option 2, gets through the full school list. Every submitted division is fully funded for at least 1 school project, and every project that met the minimum 65 points, at least 1 project in those divisions receives full funding, and then several divisions receive funding for a second project before the money runs out. So options 1, 2, and 3, again, option 1, a pure ranking as we used in round 1. Options 2 and 3, giving consideration to moving the money further down the rank order list to catch more eligible school projects. Thanks, Madam President.
Thank you, Kent. Does anybody have any questions here? Dr. Northern?
Just curious, so is there, by what criteria did we decide to pay what particular percentage of each project?
That's established by the General Assembly in the Appropriation Act language.
It
That's set out just in the quantitative metrics, the 10, 20, 30%. Benchmark to the division's composite index and their fiscal stress indicator.
Okay.
So that was
obligated, let's say if, one project's getting 10%, one's getting 30, and let's say the one that, they're not going to get the rest of the money. I mean, are they obligated by this grant to do a smaller project than what they've been funded for, or how does that work?
No, absolutely not. I mean, we would, as we did in round one, they received an award letter. They literally could decline the funds. You might envision a school division, if they're only partially funded when the money runs out, they might, decline it because the project may simply not be feasible at that point. But the money in the school construction fund, this is non-reverting. This is recurring funding, in the school construction fund as the General Assembly established. So, their award money would be maintained in the fund. It doesn't revert. It, as we get additional appropriation, we would use it for additional rounds in the event a division, did take a pass.
So let me try to read between the lines. Are you saying eventually they'll get that, if they only got 10% funded the first time, eventually they'll get that full project funded if they keep waiting? And
well, this is the first time we would be encountering this. Round one, everyone was fully funded, but that's likely going to be a decision point for staff or the board in the case where that last project is only partially funded. In a subsequent round, would that project be given priority to be fully funded? And that would, however, that's not built into the current guidelines or Appropriation Act language, but you make a good point.
Okay.
Ms. Holton.
Am I seeing, are there more schools? The option one funds more schools than options 2 and 3?
Yeah, I believe you're correct, Mrs. Holton. It's the relative value of the projects.
Some of those higher ranked projects that would get bumped out under options 2 and 3, maybe smaller.
They are smaller dollar projects. The last projects at the bottom of the list, a little higher dollar, so they're consuming more money. In options 2 and 3, where it's excluding some of those smaller dollar projects to try to spread the money down the line. It does have it's catching some school projects that weren't funded in round one, or between the two rounds, the divisions are only, it would be the sole award they would receive, but they are higher dollar, so it does reduce the number of schools. It changes the mix of who's getting the money, and that was some of the feedback we heard from stakeholders.
Projects overall.
Yeah.
My other question is, so, I mean, essentially going to option 2 or 3 would mean some schools with a lower scoring would get funded over and above schools with higher points, because we're trying to spread it around. But that means help me remember what's captured in those scoring criteria. What is the spirit of what's.
Yeah, 11 different criteria: composite index, fiscal stress indicator, locality, poverty rate, school conditions, both the project school and the overall conditions of the buildings in the locality, based on very detailed criteria. worksheets the school division uses, locality commitment, whether the project's included in the CIP.
Locality is willing to put in.
Yeah, the commitment is indicated by is the project in an approved CIP of the local government, meaning it's really shovel ready, it's approved, it's
Do their share.
right,
So-
correct, but
So mostly around need and whether they're ready to do their share.
right, yeah, the three areas of criteria: commitment, need, and building conditions, and we tried to construct those 11 indicators around those three tiers, three areas of.
Financial need, building need, and local commitment.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Madam President,
Mr. Sturtevant?
looking at your chart, for example, option 1. I'm looking all the way at the bottom of option 1. And I see, what is it, Tazewell County? And no Franklin County, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct. Yeah, the money runs out at Richlands, Middle, and Tazewell County.
But if I go all the way down to option 3, Franklin County now gets what, 5.6? Benjamin Franklin Middle School?
Yes, sir. Looks
in option 3.
Yes, sir. That's correct. And again, option 3, the first pass is to fund the highest rated school in each school division and move all the way down at the bottom of the list, and then return to the top of the list and fund the second highest project. So at least one school per division is funded under option 3 to make sure a division is funded for at least one project. So option 3 would fund down to the very bottom of the ranking list for Ben Franklin Middle School in Franklin County.
And for example, it will reduce the number of projects. It looks like Richmond City would have reduced projects in option 3 because they have multiple projects.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And by making that first pass to catch at least one project, it's consuming more of the money before it returns to the top of the list.
But it allows each division to have a first bite.
Yes, sir.
And if we go in the initial one, that money is run out before we get to option 3.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So this is a decision point for tomorrow. And I think what we kind of need to formulate here is sort of a generic decision, because I don't think I want a show me your hands for option 1, option 2, or option 3. So what is really the will of the board at this point?
Madam.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just curious, Alan, I mean, you're the prior superintendent on here, not to put you on the spot, but can you give us some thoughts about a partially funded project? Like, I'm just still confused about how a superintendent might handle that.
I think as Kent shared, it's conceivable that the district would say that partially funded, we can't proceed.
Right.
And it really would come down to, what was the scope of the project, because you can't decide, we're only going to build half the wing, but it might be you can do HVAC in 2/3 of the building and leave one system older, so it really, it would be pretty wide open. But while Madam President, while I have Mike, I really do want to hear from every member of the board here, because I'm pretty conflicted. And, in general, option 1, keeping the rules the same. These are the rules that we set and established, and the criteria we created, and that everybody was proceeding under the rules that were understood, versus the other 2 options. I do think, helping other localities experience some benefit, but even that gets tough because these other localities maybe have fewer schools than some of the larger localities. So it really, I think we have to come back to the need factors. And so I think it's great to have these options. I just think they're difficult choices.
Madam President.
Mr. Sturtevant.
For discussion, I would look at it as though as option 3, I would lean towards that Because if we try to impact the schools that may have the greatest need, oftentimes I find the rural counties have a high need. And looking at option one, those specifically Franklin County, and I'm going to verify, will get 0 in the first round, which they do have a need in Franklin County for support as well. And also in option one, you would have one locality, one county getting multiple awards while leaving someone else out. For example, a couple of cities there would get multiple awards, and there is a need for those rural counties as well. So I would lean towards that direction.
Others? Ms. Kilgore?
That's how I was, if you were presenting all of it, that's kind of how I was thinking there. You said the first one, some school students could get at least 2, but they wouldn't, but if you don't have 2 and 3, plans 2 and 3, the ones that had more than 2 would not have more than 2. Right?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. And that's option 2.
But basically what Mr. Sturban is saying, that some school systems in option 1 can have up to 4. And whereas somebody else wouldn't get anything. And I do realize, it's all the same, but can they afford it to give it? But I think it's up to them to get an option to be considered. I think it's, I don't know, I think my option 3 is having fair for the smaller sources.
Others?
Yeah,
Mr. Rotherham?
Talked off this if folks feel strongly, but like given where we are, option 3 seems to make the most sense in terms of an equitable way to do this. And so if you're looking for sort of, where people are, either option 2 or 3, but I have a preference for 3.
Ms. Ashton?
This is definitely my first time hearing some of these options, so I'm gonna really defer to my colleagues here. I guess the way I'm just hearing it, I think option 3 makes the most sense in terms of fairness across the board. But I guess I wonder about the historical context. Like, it seems like the way I just heard it, and this is why I need to be clarified, that like if you're in I don't know, Northern Virginia where I live, you would get a project, but then in some rural areas where they have multiple high need projects, they're being evaluated equally. Is that, am I seeing that right, or what's the historical on this? Does that make sense?
Yeah, the 11 criteria that the board adopted in its guidelines, that's really the metric, to differentiate the need and with those various indicators, condition, need, commitment. And so that's really the legislative, intent of this program was to help, provide support to localities and school boards that have difficulty affording capital projects. So it's, really at its core, it begins with higher need school divisions, and the 11 criteria really reflect that.
Okay. So actually, I don't see any Northern Virginia schools divisions, and I think that's frankly because they don't have enough financial need or building need to score high enough to get on the list. So all of these, under all 3 of these options, all the money is going to urban and rural communities, not to suburban communities. The suburban school buildings are newer, so they don't rate high on the building need. And frankly, they're probably rate pretty well on the financial ability to pay for their own buildings. So I'm kind of coming back to where Alan started is, the criteria kind of do build all that in, and you might have smaller divisions. And I saw a proposal from actually one of my students crafting a proposal on a policy assignment, had some proposal for the community colleges where they want to do more for students with disabilities. And they said, let's assign one person to assist students with disability at each of the 23 community colleges. And I'm like, well, the student at Paul D. Camp is going to get a lot of help because there's only 500 students there. But the student at Northern Virginia Community College isn't going to get much help because there's 180,000 students here. So the size of the divisions essentially is partly what's dictating the outcomes here in option 1. Whereas in option 3, we're overriding that a little bit.
So for me, I think option 3 is where my head is. But I'll tell you something funny is I thought it was a newer building when I was doing my student teaching. And then I remembered Amherst County High School. If it was newer then, it's like 25 years old now. So everyone laugh at that.
But essentially option 3 does mean we fund some schools with less need than we would be funding than other schools with more need under option. Option 3 has us funding schools that scored lower than the schools we would be funding under option 1.
For option 1, we would have multiple projects in the same area. And excluding campus at Evan as well.
Can I?
Option 3, if I'm understanding, Madam
Mr.
President, there's only one school. It looks like there's only one project on there that has a low fiscal stress designation. The rest are either below average, or a couple below average. The rest are above average or high. Is that correct, Mr. Dickey?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah. And the composite index we've listed there in the fiscal stress designation, that drives the grant award percentage in the next column of 10, 20, 30%. But they're both of those measures are one of the 11 criteria as well, for the overall ranking.
Dr. Siebert.
So kudos to Kent, DJ, and the whole team for, this very, very analytical, very statistically driven, so I'm about to step over to intuition, and but I'm basing up most of this is very, very much data driven. Intuition, it would be that with option 3 and moving money to more divisions, that even if you're a division that has one less project funded, you still are experiencing benefit that's going to allow you to move and ebb and flow your capital improvement plan. Most division is going to have 5, 6, even 10-year capital improvement plans. And what's happening here with this really wonderful approach is these capital improvement plans are being accelerated. So it kind of fits into Dr. Northern's original question. If you can't afford it, but again, this type of money is large enough to help accelerate and move plans. And so I guess that based on the comments I've heard from my colleagues, I would lean now toward option 3 as being the approach that would give more localities more flexibility.
Further comments, Mr. Rotherham.
I do want to note going forward the issue that Dr. Northern raised and that Mr. Dickey spoke to. We probably should develop some kind of guidance or criteria on if there are future rounds of appropriations for this, which I certainly hope there are funds that revert if a division were to decline. Are those actually earmarked, or do those go back in to be recompeted and the division could recompete? But there may be other, just to make sure everybody is making a decision like that with as much information as we can provide.
Yep. Point. Mm-hmm.
Any further comments here? Thank you. You all have informed us for our movement tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging out with us this long.
Glad to do it.
Okay, so we now have an update on special education.
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Dickey because they did have just one option and went ahead after we talked through it. He and VJ really created all of the options to give you guys some different ways to look at the data and make sure that you are supporting in the middle of budget season. So it was a big lift and I really sincerely appreciate that. As it is time in our board meeting to give you special education updates. In addition to the public comment and notice at the board meeting in March around the regulatory actions. As a result of the OSEP findings, VDOE has published a general notice of register of regulations for tomorrow. And that will be the final town hall public comment moment on the regulations that will then move into the code for getting us into compliance with OSEP. So we are making sure that we are in complete state compliance with public comment and making sure that that public comment is finalized. So that will happen tomorrow morning in the board meeting. The special education work group continues to meet monthly. The roadmap that we shared with you last month is finalized. This work group, along with additional feedback from CHAC that represents over 40 members and stakeholders across public and private education, local school division staff, leadership, special ed teachers, career and technical education teacher, transition and vocational rehab staff, related service providers, families, members of students with disabilities, military connected families, local and national PTA representatives, members of the Virginia's Developmental Disability Network have all given feedback on that roadmap. So we've had extensive feedback, very excited to move that into practice. I have a couple of updates on dispute resolution. VDOE has worked with the Supreme Court of Virginia to add new hearing officers. By May 2024, almost half of the hearing officers that are currently hearing dispute resolution cases will have been certified in 2021 or later. So we're getting a really good newly trained group of hearing officers in partnership with the Supreme Court of Virginia. We have also received positive feedback from U.S. Department of Ed and OSEP regarding the way in which we're moving in dispute resolution. So we received some positive feedback on that. So we're excited about that. In 2022, 2023, 88 due process filings happened. 10 were fully adjudicated, 5 for the school divisions and 5 for parent or split mixed decisions. So that was an ask earlier how those were being found. It's about a 50% at this point in time. So we are really excited about the work that's happening. We are making sure that we weekly track our internal complaints and supports for internal complaints and making sure that we are prioritizing monitoring around those complaints of our school divisions. And we actually just today got 2 positive comments in my inbox from constituents thanking them for the work of the special ed department. So we are working very hard to meet recommendations and continue to improve our customer service.
Okay, that now gets us to our conclusion of the meeting. Do you have any additional comments before we close this out, Dr. Coons?
I just want to thank the board. We're doing a lot of work for children and 1.3 million children and thinking about opportunities to really support them, support their teachers and support their schools. I just appreciate the opportunity for you to be engaged in a lot of listening, a lot of discussion, a lot of direction for the department so that we can support you. Really appreciative of that opportunity and really appreciative of the opportunity to bring more people into the board, including our regional teachers. You're going to hear from our Student Advisory Council tomorrow. So excited about the directionality and the support of the board tremendously.
I think certainly you will all be very impressed with our Student Advisory Council. I was part of one of their meetings and I was really impressed with the questioning and their just their collaboration and communication about their experiences in our schools. And so I just was really, I was blown away by how articulate they were in their discussion of their experiences and were so engaged in the differences in their experiences, one region to the other. That was really fascinating for me to hear. As we close out today, just want to remind you, we have a very long agenda tomorrow. I'm not sure that I've seen us go into double letters before. So that being said, the ship is going to be run very tight tomorrow. Please be caffeinated well and prepared with any comments that you have on our items. Otherwise, we may be spending another night here. So please be prepared with your comments on our action items tomorrow, so that we can get through our business meeting in an efficient manner. And with that, unless there is anything else from board members, I would, okay. Dr. Northern?
I'm just, as we all know, our students across the state are taking their SOLs in the next few weeks. And I just, as a board, I know that I join all of us together in wishing them the best of luck, study hard, do well, and know that we appreciate all the educators and their efforts, the principals, the administrators. I mean, testing season is a tough time. It's difficult, and it's the culmination of such hard work over the entire year. And I just want to, just take a minute for those who are watching this, just to thank all of our educators, administrators, students, and families for taking these tests and giving us the information that we need to improve education in the state.
Yes, Mr. Rotherham.
So in the interest of, because tomorrow we do have a busy agenda, so I have to say this, I do think we should acknowledge we've got the incredible work by the team here, starting with Dr. Coons, the entire team here. This is a lot of work, and it's happening at a time we've got this moving target with the budget and everything that's happening over there, and legislation and so forth. 3 days of meetings from us and a really packed agenda. So that we don't have to pause on every item, just to take a minute to just acknowledge. I'm sure they're all, those who aren't here back in their offices, watching us, riveted by every little thing we do, but just to make sure that it gets back just how we started the day thanking the administrative team here, which was great. And that was a really fun opportunity, but just to thank everybody here, because it is a lot, especially right now.
Not only that, but we have shifted buildings, and that has been a significant undertaking. So for this room to be in the state that it's in is amazing. Thank you to our tech team, especially. You guys are behind the curtain literally all the time. So yes, we're so thankful for you, certainly. So with that, I'd like a motion to adjourn, please. We are adjourned.